on Monday night, he did miss a chip shot, but he's usually pretty good from inside 45. But yes, I agree. I want all our dominance of a good team. They need to do what Baltimore did to them. That's from Mike in a car. The question is, how many more good teams do they play? Do you consider the Chargers good? Do you consider the Saints on the road good? Dallas is obviously good. Nobody else in the division is really good. Minnesota's getting better, but
I think if you go out to L.A. and you dominate the Chargers, I think the Chargers are a good team. And they've got a really good quarterback. Now, coaching, you could talk about decisions. Defensively, they're a good defense. If you're going to be Khalil Mack's there, you've got to try and protect against him.
Derwin James.
They've got some really good players. And so if you can go out there and do what, even close to what Baltimore did to you in Baltimore, I'll take that.
Yes. I want to see a balance between Montgomery and Gibbs. Maybe some two-back sets.
So what we saw from Gibbs in that game against Oakland, Vegas, really encouraging, especially when Montgomery comes back, because I think Montgomery's still going to be the guy you're going to hand the ball off to more. Now, in terms of total touches, I think Gibbs should still get more total touches than Montgomery gets, whether it's handing the ball to him, flipping the ball to him, throwing the ball to him. There are a number of different ways that you can now use him to attack a defense that's different than Montgomery, but it's a nice 1-2 punch.
Also, we need to start to see the offensive line play together for a few weeks in a row.
Guess they help.
Absolutely. So hopefully the bye help. Maybe we'll see Jonah Jackson this week.
Be nice to see Jonah, Frank, and I'd still,
Still put Glasgow ahead of Vaitai. I agree.
I'd still put Glasgow at right guard.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Vaitai, I think, is healthy. He's just not because
That's fine.
He's suiting up. Right, I know. He's still suiting up. All right. Michigan on Saturday had no problem with Purdue. They didn't look as good as they had in other games, but that's okay. I mean, the one problem that has kind of been consistent with me, and I know kind of it hurts you a little bit because it's your bread and butter. It's your position. The offensive line run blocking has not been stellar this season like it has in the past.
Well, run blocking or pass blocking has not been the same level of play that we've seen from the last couple of years.
Correct.
And now you have different guys, but it's really from, I think, the tackle position. You've got to find a way to win one-on-one battles. And I think Ladarius is getting there. Let's not forget he was a guard when he came over from Arizona State, and they've got him playing tackle. He's learning a new position. He's doing pretty good, but he's making. When I went from tackle to guard later in my career, I was making tackle mistakes at guard, and he is right now making guard mistakes at tackle. And you can't have. There's two different positions, two different skill sets, two different ways of approaching a defense. And right now, he's got to get all of that guard mentality and thinking out of his head and start playing like a tackle.
Is Keegan playing as good as he did last year?
Keegan's playing well.
Okay.
Yeah. And Zinter's playing good. To me, it's really just the tackle position. And some of it is.
And Nugent's not as good as Ole, though. But I mean, he's not horrible.
Yeah, Ole was the best offensive lineman in the land last year.
I know.
So, when I look at this team, it's also from the running back position. Like, there were times against Purdue where Donovan Edwards was just a shoelace away from breaking one. Same thing with Blake Corum. There was one where I don't think he saw the safety come down and just looked inside, got hit, but they are a half step to a quarter step away from breaking some big runs.
Well, hopefully they'll get that step figured out by Saturday because it certainly won't be easy in Happy Valley. They are favored. I've seen anywhere around 4.5 to 5 points. Michigan is favored on the road.
Well, where was Donovan's best games last year?
Best games were Penn State and Maryland at home, right? And the Ohio State game.
Yeah, I'd say Penn State and Ohio State. Okay. Yeah. So those,
one was home, one was road.
Yeah, and you could flip-flop those this year.
Yes.
So I think we're right there.
I hope so. I mean, because if they lose, this is a huge. People don't realize. Most people do, but there are a lot of people who don't understand the whole tiebreaker thing. If they lose this game, even unless Penn State falters to somebody else, no matter what Michigan does against Ohio State, they can't go to the Big Ten championship game. If they lose to Penn State, because the tiebreaker goes to the team who played the best teams in the West by results.
Can't use best teams.
I know. That's why I pause myself there.
Yes.
The less of the crap. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, better of the crap.
Yes. All right. Also, over the weekend, the president of the University of Michigan, Santa Ono, sent an email to Tony Petitti of the commissioner of the Big Ten, basically saying we'll cooperate with anything that's proven. If we'll take our punishment, and we don't like that kind of stuff, and we're all about integrity, yada yada yada. And I understand that, but he says there should be no suspension or no punishment right now until the quote unquote due process goes through with the NCAA. He doesn't feel that the Big Ten should be superseding the NCAA, despite all the protests from the coaches and from the athletic directors and even some presidents. 248-539-9797. All indications, and believe me, a lot of it's just rumored and speculation and innuendo, is that something might come down this week. First, we thought maybe today, and then I'm hearing, maybe later in the week. Did you like Santa Ono's response? And is it that important? I mean, it's almost as silly as saying that some of the things that I've said over the years. If Jim Harbaugh gets suspended, hypothetically, for the rest of the regular season, is it that much of a big deal? As far as, is it going to matter between who wins and who loses? Especially if it's the same type of suspension that he had previously, where he was allowed to be with them at practice.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think it matters. Okay. Is it a huge deal?
That's my question. Obviously, it matters, but huge.
I think against Ohio State, yeah. I think having his presence on the sideline matters. I think going to State College, yeah, I think having his presence on the sideline matters. And even Maryland. Everybody wants to discount Maryland. And I'm not going to go full-blown into, you've got to be aware of what's going on with Mike Locksley. No, but they're a team that has recruited a lot of skill, a lot of talent.
Right.
They lost a lot through graduation or through attrition up front from last year's team. So I'm not necessarily sitting here and telling you it's going to be a loss, but I do think going on the road in that environment with it being sandwiched in between Penn State and Ohio State, I think it matters that Jim Harbaugh's there.
Okay. I think this team is good enough where they can win with the coordinators doing what they do. Personally.
Rolling the balls out.
But I could be wrong, 248-539-9797. Look, if it is proven, and obviously the Big Ten and the NCAA, they believe they have factual evidence that Michigan acted improperly. And I think that most people, even Michigan fans, agree that if they broke a rule, they should be penalized and severely, I think. And that's talking to a lot of my Michigan friends at all. Now, maybe the older we get, the more mature we get, but a lot of my friends at the tailgate said, look, it's bad, and unfortunately, they have to pay the price. That's the Michigan fans that I hang out with. The ones who other people call cultists and things like that. Yeah, they're not going to believe anything. And I don't care right now in this particular issue whether it was a relative of Ryan Day or any other school that somehow hacked into Connor Stallion's, computer file, whatever. That's bad. I'm not saying we should, but that has nothing to do with this. That should be prosecuted separately by the law, like the FBI or anything like that. Okay, that's not an issue as far as, in my opinion, on this individual Michigan sign stealing. Don't take that. It doesn't mean anything to me in this case per se.
So I think there's a few things in President Ono's letter that I think are important. One of them is obvious. None of us want to be in this situation, of course. But then he does talk about, the university taking this seriously, committed to ethics, integrity, and fair play at our core values. And that's why he's so deeply concerned about the allegations. And so I don't think he's taking it lightly. I think he's just wanting it to play out in regards to finding out what's actually fact versus fiction. Mm-hmm. And has there been enough time? And I don't know what that time frame is. If from when they found out about it to now, they've been able to do a proper investigation, then show the facts.
Right.
Let them speak for itself. And if the penalty is a 2-game suspension, a 1-game suspension, the rest of the year suspension, then so be it. But it needs to be appropriate to what possibly happened.
248-539-9797.
Hey, Detroit, I don't know about you, but this fall, I want my pumpkin cold brew to be cold, and I want my showers to be hot. That's why I call my favorite team over at Carter's Plumbing. Carter's will come to your home, and they're going to turn that ice water into boiling water by replacing your traditional water heater or installing a brand new Navien tankless water heater. Now, Carter's Plumbing is the industry leader in water heater repair and replacement, so you got to do what I did. You got to go to callcartersplumbing.com today. Their licensed technicians are going to come to your home, and they're going to keep your water running hot and your pockets full. Visit callcartersplumbing.com today. That's callcartersplumbing.com.
248-539-9797. Some ticket text. Stoney is a self-hating Michigan fan. He thinks Michigan should be punished because of a bunch of Big Ten coaches that Michigan has beaten the crap out of for 2 years and are mad. No, that's really not true. I don't care what the other coaches said or whatever. I care if there's actual validity to claims and if there's evidence that this happened. I don't care.
Does it matter to you? It's just that it happened, or does it matter to you if the coaches or Harbaugh knew?
Oh, it matters that I'm talking about the other coaches. Yeah, it does matter. I think that's the severity that. Look, I think Harbaugh. I've said it 8,000 times. I know people don't like it, and it's not an anti-Harbaugh thing. It's just I always believe that when bad stuff happens to companies or whatever you want to call this, the head has to take the fall, and that's Harbaugh, whether he knew or not.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's a level of if he didn't know, is it 2 games? If he knew, is it a season?
Maybe.
I mean that's the question I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think it's the same, to be quite honest with you, because I think it's all under his jurisdiction. And I quoted something from Bo's book on Friday. It's the same thing. You have to know. That's the way it is, and if not, you suffer the consequence. And by the way, and I agree, I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that Michigan has knocked the crap out of this stuff. I don't. They've beaten them legitimately. I don't want to hear from other schools saying, "Oh, they only beat us because they cheated." That's bull crap. So my problem with Santa Ono's approach to this case is how could Stallions continue to be paid for 2 weeks when not cooperating in the NCAA investigation?
Well, those are all lawyer moves.
Right.
I don't know what that means to be paid on paid leave versus leave without pay.
Right. The crux of Ono's letter was the Big Ten's rule require a process where a formal charge is made and then school has an opportunity to respond. No charge has yet been brought by the Big Ten, so by its own rules, it's too soon in the process to assess a penalty. That was his point. No, yes, that's true, but the Big Ten does have that sportsmanship clause or whatever that could supersede stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's still about finding the facts and details and not just reacting to, being screamed at by coaches and athletic directors.
There you go, Stoney. I don't agree. So the NCAA shouldn't be concerned or involved with the fact that someone hired a PI to hack one of your members' computers to provide the NCAA with the data to substantiate the rumors given to them by coaches. It was the data from the hacked computer that forced them to act. They reported that. No, that's wrong, okay?
How's it wrong?
No. I'm saying it's wrong what the others, if this indeed happened, that they were hacked. My point is, even though they got the evidence in illegal ways, the illegal ways part of it should be adjudicated separately. The fact that they found out that Michigan did bad things is separate from how they found out, in my opinion. That's all. I mean, yeah, if they found out that, it is Ryan Day's brother or other schools or whoever did this, they should, computer hacking, that should be an FBI situation. They should definitely feel the crux of the law. Absolutely. But as far as the football stuff, no, that's different.
Do they serve the same suspension as Michigan does?
I don't know. I don't think. Well, no, they could go to jail for hacking. That's a completely different thing.
Yeah, but do you think that there wasn't a playbook on there?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, if you don't know, then how do we know what was actually on that drive?
Well, that's what we can find out. That's hopefully what we'll find out was on the drive. Marvin in White Lake, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Just wanted to say, focus on the players for a minute. Coach doesn't trust them enough. He's got to find a way to get extra signs. I mean, wouldn't that undermine the players' confidence? I mean, for the rest of their life, right? I mean, do they need a crutch?
No, I don't think the players are going to think like that.
No. I don't think the players, especially, well, now they know, but I don't think in preparation for these games, the players knew where this information, if they even got it, was coming from. I don't think a lot of the coaches knew. I think, and I have no idea if it's fact.
Don't know that Jim Harbaugh knew.
Right. That Stallions, each week before a game, before an opponent, he made a presentation to the coaching staff on the signals, this type of stuff, whatever, and he was on the sideline, which is okay. I don't think they knew personally how he augmented his information by doing stuff that was against the rules. I don't think Personally, all the coaches knew.
He could have presented it, and I'm just giving you a scenario.
Right.
That he could have presented it as, I've watched all of their games off of TV, and I've been able to discern this.
Right. I don't think.
This is what we saw last year. This is what we were seeing this year. This is how this is the information that I have. Right. That's just a possibility. Right, I'm not saying that's what it was.
Right. I don't think the players are going in that deep into the woods, so to speak. Oh, by the way, I did have this theory about Connor Stallions, that suggested he was a whack job and all that. That I agree with still.
Yeah.
But I was under the impression that he might be like a trust fund baby, like from like rich parents and things like that. Well, that theory is wrong because both of his parents are middle school teachers. So he's not somebody who's coming from a wealth, so to speak, like I thought.
That's okay. You can have a good living having parents as middle school teachers.
Damn right.
Yes,
Damn right.
Can.
But
yes. Or an elementary school teacher and a middle school teacher.
But that's possible. Not funding complete covert operations. Brian in Detroit, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hello?
Hi, Brian.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
Tony, I agree with you that if Harbaugh didn't know, he still got to pay. He's on your staff. What you will not do is punish me without having all the facts.
Right.
I don't care who called you. Every AD, every school president, every coach crying like babies. I don't care. You are not going to punish me before the investigation is done. If I cheated, I have to pay for it. But as far as you coming to see me about suspending my coach and the investigation is not done, man, you could kick rocks. I'm not doing it. I'm glad that school president is a sports fan because that last president would have went along with the program.
Oh, let me tell you something. I was talking to some people on Saturday at the game. If Schlissel was still president,
roll over.
Oh, my God. He was too busy doing other things that we can't even speak about. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
All right, guys, last check of the news of the day. So witnesses say that a man was actually trying to protect some women before his death at a Port Huron bar over the weekend. 26-year-old Joshua Conant stopped breathing while he was being held down by these bouncers. This was at Roche Bar early Saturday morning. Police, of course, were called to the bar after this large fight broke out. And when they arrived at the scene, they did discover that the victim was unresponsive. They say they immediately began performing life-saving measures. Unfortunately, he was pronounced dead at a hospital just a short time later. Now, witnesses say that the scene, or they describe the scene as being very chaotic, and that, many people were screaming at these bouncers saying, hey, you need to get off this guy. He is unresponsive. He is not breathing. They say that the victim was actually not involved in a physical fight before his death, that he was in this verbal altercation trying to protect some women who were being harassed at the bar. Of course, the investigation is still ongoing. So several items that were stolen from Colorado football players at the Rose Bowl have been returned to them, and police say they do continue to investigate. So you probably remember the theft took place in the locker room during their loss to UCLA, and police say that some of the stolen items have been returned to the victims and that additional items have been identified and are being pursued. And police are also saying that the suspects in the case are juveniles, and search warrants were executed, and additional information will be provided as soon as the investigation progresses. This is interesting. A police officer and a Philly sports talk radio caller really knew how to multitask recently. So this officer called into a radio station, a midday show, and was giving this really impassioned rant about his, displeasure with the Cowboys, his hatred towards the Cowboys. And while he was ranting, he had to pull somebody over mid-call. And this caller, Peter, he does offer a quick apology and then continues on his rant. Take a listen.
That's amazing.
Sorry about that.
Some things I love about my ilk. Some things I hate, but that is.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that was great. You might have seen this as well. There's a man who proposed at the Chiefs-Dolphins game, and he's getting a little bit of backlash. Not backlash. He's getting dragged a little bit online after he decided to hug the mascot before he actually put the ring on his new fiance's finger. So this proposal was captured. It was posted on X by the NFL. The fan, he gets down on one knee and he proposes in front of the huge crowd, right? And his fiance or his girlfriend at the time, super excited. She starts crying. She quickly says yes. And then instead of, putting the ring on her finger, which is usually the next step, and maybe getting up and hugging his new fiance, this guy gets up to celebrate, and he does a little, a ref move like catch on the field, and then he hugs the mascot. And a lot of fans were having fun calling this guy out on social media, just saying like, man, you just left her hanging there for a minute. And people were saying they had to watch the clip over and over to see if he actually even had a ring or not. And I do think he did have a ring, because I think he put it on her finger after his celebration.
Does it say, because the game was in Germany, does it say these were German fans, or is this people who traveled over and were Chief fans, and he planned to, propose to her at this game in a different land?
Gosh, the clip and the article I read didn't go into a lot of detail about the fans, just kind of what he did. I mean, they were wearing their Chiefs jerseys. Who knows, though, where they were from. But yes, people were just having kind of a field day with how he handled this engagement.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. The telephone number, 248-539-9797.
Hey, football season is here. Dive into the best pool in history. That's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen called Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football. You've got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party going on. So score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, right on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Michigan State did win a game under Harlan Barnett, so congratulations to them. By the way, if you haven't seen the video, try to check out the end of the game. Our boy Rico with a bear hug, congratulatory hug on his boy Harlan Barnett, his guy, Harlan Barnett.
Oh, was he rushing the field with the rest of the student body?
Oh, well, no, he wasn't rushing the field. There was
I
nobody,
thought that was the response of actually getting a win.
No, nobody rushed the field.
Oh.
Beating Nebraska. They just, walked on the field and he gave his buddy a hug. Thought it was kind of odd. Most media guys don't hug other coaches, but whatever. That's fine. It was just pretty funny. And good for Michigan State to get the win. I feel good for those kids, man. They do battle, and they didn't ask for this.
Was that senior day too, wasn't it?
Yeah, because they're playing their last home games at Ford Field on the Black Friday. So it was the last time a lot of these guys were ever going to play in Spartan Stadium. Who knows? Some maybe by choice, some by not choice, depending on who the new coach is going to be. But good to see them win a game. And everybody thought, oh, Nebraska, they're on a roll. They're on a roll. Well, a very slow roll.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. I got to ask you this question, John.
Okay.
Because for the last, 3 hours and 23 minutes, we've pretty much talked mostly about sports. In fact, all about sports.
Okay. Curious as where this one's going.
It's kind of, it's kind of a vintage me question.
Okay.
So we went out to dinner Friday night in Birmingham as a family.
Okay.
And Bullet and I ordered some soup.
Okay.
And it was clam chowder. It was Friday. It was really good.
Manhattan or New England?
New England.
Okay. Gotta get all the details.
And I had a sip. I said, this is kind of just...
Off a spoon or out of the bowl?
I don't know, the soup. A spoon. Spoon. And I said, God, it's kind of like Luke. It's like warm. It's not hot. I like soup
did you send
hot.
it back?
So, yes. And my wife goes, what are you complaining about? He goes, there's steam coming up. I said, I don't care what the optics are.
No.
If it's not to my liking, I'm going to be very
Send it
polite
back.
and send it back. Could you please, even sometimes I'll use, can you nuke it? Because it happens a lot. They'll just put it in the microwave a lot of times. So let me ask you this, 248-539-9797. There are people out there who refuse, I don't know why, to send things back from their meal because, I don't know, they don't want to look like they're a complaining a-hole or just
don't want somebody spitting their soup.
Yeah, but it's not their...
The one might come back warm, but
Right.
with an extra ingredient.
Right, but not, you just heat it up. It's not that big of a deal. They brought it back and it was piping hot the way I liked it. So do you ever send stuff back when you're at a restaurant if it's not, whatever, whether it's
Sure.
cooked, it's not cooked the way you ordered it or it's not hot
Depends where
enough?
I'm at.
Right.
If I'm at a nice restaurant and it doesn't come the way I want it, and I'm going to be paying nice restaurant costs,
Yes.
then yeah, it's going back.
Right.
If I'm not at just an average place, then I'll take whatever comes.
Right.
As long as it's, in terms of warmth or hotness, whatever.
Right.
I'll just take as it comes.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from servers too when they get customers who send it back.
Yeah. Now, Heather, it looks like you
Yeah.
are waving your hands that you are not
Yeah.
one that would send it back.
I hate sending things back. You guys, I get really I think it's more of my social anxiety. I just feel really awkward having to complain about something. So I'll complain about it if I'm out with my husband or if I'm with Colin, the soup wasn't hot enough. So then he'll jump in, which makes it even more awkward. Oh, she's not liking this. I'm like, no, it's fine. Unless the order is completely wrong, they've brought me the wrong meal.
Right.
I very rarely.
They bring you a steak, you're going to send it back.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I'm going to send that back. But I don't know what it is. I just feel I get really awkward. I get really uncomfortable.
You don't want to tell somebody that they've done a bad job.
Yeah. So I would rather just eat the warm soup instead of getting it hot.
But you're not telling the it's not the server's fault usually unless they leave it, sitting under the lamp.
Behind. Yeah. It just makes me so uncomfortable. I don't know. I've got weird, I've just got weird things. I don't like interacting with people outside. I don't know. I just get really uncomfortable. So I never send things back.
I only get uncomfortable when I'm with my mom and she sends it back because she does it in a way that is just so embarrassing. It's usually over something even more piddly than, soup's not hot. You know, like she'll question, well, how come like this dressing? Well, you ordered it that way. She goes, no, I didn't. And then you look at the thing. And we said there, Mom, you did. You didn't say no, or you didn't say dressing on the side, Mom. And it's like, and you're complaining, and it's like,
well, and she's anticipating that's how it should come.
We cringe, Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you get to a certain age and people just say, a server would be like, okay, well, you're old. I'm not saying you were
I
there.
I understand that.
But it could be. I mean, you could be approaching that time where they're like, all right, well, I'll just do it because he's old.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You send stuff back when you go out to eat, and if you're a server, I'm sure you can't stand when people do it. As long as it's if somebody has a legitimate complaint, then yeah. I mean, then you're paying money for something. You expect it to be a certain way.
Yeah, I agree that if there's a legitimate complaint, but what's legit to you and me might not be legitimate to somebody else.
Correct.
That is true. A bowl of soup coming off, and they may look at the same way your family did and said, "Oh, it looks like it's piping hot."
Right, but it's really not. No. All right. So we'll take your calls and texts on that as well. But yesterday in the NFL, there was some interesting games out there, wasn't there?
There was.
And it started from early to late.
You got to love the fact that you wake up on Sunday morning and there's now 4 windows that you can watch, 4 broadcast windows. You get the 9:30 game, you get the 1 o'clock, the 4:30, and then the 8 o'clock game at night. And in each of those windows, there were really good football games, at least ones that intrigued us as Lions fans. Now,
Correct.
We didn't get to play. We didn't get to participate. We, had the bye week. But early on, you wake up and you got Miami and Kansas City.
Good game.
It's a good game. Good matchup. A lot of people excited about watching that matchup at 1 o'clock. Obviously, you had a chance to watch the Vikings play. But the biggest game was Seattle and Baltimore.
Correct.
And it kind of played out the way that we had in Detroit here had hoped it would. We didn't want Seattle to go there and light up Baltimore.
Yeah, but I was stunned that they blew them out like that, even though we saw what they did to the Lions. 37-3. Some guy that most people never heard of, Keaton Mitchell, 138 yards.
On what, 9 carries?
Something like that. I don't have the box score in front of me, but yeah. And then the 4 o'clock game, the Cowboys-Eagles game, despite, the fact that obviously a personal interest in that game, it had a Lions interest. It had, 2 really good rivals who don't like each other, as we know. And it was a terrific game. And Dak and the boys came up just inches short.
Yes, which, and
in
terms of just fandom, you're like, okay, I can accept that. But in terms of how it affects the Detroit Lions, I wish the Cowboys would have won that game.
Yeah, Dak was terrific. 374 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Was good.
No, he was terrific till the end.
He was good. Well, he lost.
I know. I understand that. But sometimes you can be great in a losing effort. And I thought he was great. He made a poor judgment on the 2-point conversion.
So you're saying that's a good loss?
No, I'm not saying it's a good loss. I'm saying he played well.
Until he stepped out of bounds or...
Yeah, he made a poor decision. He thought he could have made it, and he didn't. He accidentally stepped out of bounds. Yes. He didn't throw any picks. He played very well. You'd want your quarterback to play like that. Obviously, you'd rather win. I'm not debating that. And they were also an inch short on the Schoonmaker play. And he got, look, if Dak Prescott plays a game against a quality opponent where he throws for 374 yards and does not throw a pick, I think that's a really good game. Sorry. And I hate the Cowboys. We have some ticket texts as well, by the way, about my deal with sending things back. As long as you are polite and it's not an unrealistic ask, it should never be a problem. That's from Andy.
Yeah.
Agree. It's about respect for the time of others. You're now throwing off the whole process. Getting food out in time is a very challenging process. Live with it.
Well, no, I disagree with that.
Why?
You're the one that's messing with the process. If it's not delivered as ordered, then it's on you, not on the customer.
Right. If you order a steak rare and it comes back medium, you're going to be pissed.
Yes, and I will not. I will set it back for that.
I'm a server. We want to know. Tell us what's wrong so we can fix it. Please tell us. Just do it politely. Mike and Ken. Absolutely.
Well, I will say this, too. In terms of, I know we always talk about the tipping. If I have to send something back,
Mm-hmm.
and again, I know has nothing to do with the server, unless the order was taken down wrong. But if they are going to take ownership of it, say, hey, I'll be right back with something that is more to your liking.
Mm-hmm.
They come back. I'm more apt, even though it came wrong the first time, to tip higher
Yes. As long as
when
they're
it's all
good.
said and done
Right.
than if they had brought it right the first time, probably.
You got to send it back. It's all about the approach, though. Don't be a jerk about it, or you'll get the spit. Be nice and make them think about it being their food. 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls as well. Coming up next, 97 won the ticket.
Hey, so my family and I recently joined the YMCA of Metro Detroit, and we love what the Y has to offer. We love the family swimming because we can bring our daughter with us, but they also have indoor lap swimming, group exercise classes, even a Les Mills body pump class, and it's all part of our family membership. Now, what's even cooler is that memberships give you access to all 7 of Metro Detroit YMCA locations. And the new YMCA Detroit app makes it easy to register for programs and see your family's schedules. You can download it for free where you get your apps. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find your Y today.
248-539-9797. Don't forget, tonight, the Pistons will be hosting the Golden State Warriors. Hopefully they'll play a little better than they did last night or yesterday afternoon against the Suns. KD had 41. Cade Cunningham had 26, but 6 turnovers. He's turning the ball over a lot. Marcus Sasser, we got something here, I think.
Yeah.
22 points, 4 for 6 from 3. Also, the Red Wings are back in action tomorrow night when they take on the New York Rangers at Madison Square Garden. All right. I mentioned the fact that out to dinner on Friday night, and I sent back my soup to make it hotter because it was just lukewarm, and asking people, do they send stuff back? Is it rude? That type of thing. And so let's go back to the phones and talk to Kurt in Ferndale. You're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, everybody. Quite a few years ago, my wife and I were out at a very upscale restaurant in Troy, and she wanted to get a $30 bottle of wine. And, of course, the server brought the bottle to the table, uncorked it, poured it in the glass. We took a sip or two, and it was not what was expected. And even the server took a sip of it and said, no way. So they sent the bottle back, brought the same exact brand of wine, uncorked it, and that was exactly what we had ordered. And then they ended up taking that bottle of wine off of off the tab, so we got a free bottle of wine. But yet we did send the bottle back.
Nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just curious because I'm the complete opposite. Kurt, are you would you consider yourself a wine snob?
No, not at all. This was just unexpected. We're more of a liquor snob.
Okay.
Because I've always wondered when they, sniff the cork.
Oh, it just bothers the hell out of me. And maybe it just shows how unrefined I am.
Yeah, they swirl the wine. I know that they're looking for something. They got to see if it's got legs or whatever it is, and then they take a taste.
I'm one of those. I'm telling you, I can't tell the difference between $200 bottle of wine and a $5 bottle of wine.
No, I
can't. But
you know what? I can tell when it's a good wine, and maybe it's just more of something that I like. But my wife is the wine orderer.
Okay.
And I'll drink whatever she's having.
Right.
And I can tell the difference between one that's good and bad.
We're not a wine family. In fact, my wife's favorite wine is like Manischewitz, the sweet wine you would drink for like Jewish holidays.
Okay.
It's almost like juice. But no, I've never been a wine. I mean, I'll drink it. It's fine. But I'm telling you, if I did a blind taste test, which I think a lot of people, not just with wine, but with other alcohol like vodka, if you're getting Kettle One or getting, I don't know, Mohawk vodka, whatever. To me, it's all about, especially if you're drinking like something that you're a mix, whether it's a Bloody Mary or something else. It's all about the mixers. The actual vodka is pretty much the same between, especially the high grades. I mean, you really tell me the difference between, Kettle One and Grey Goose. Can you really tell the difference?
If you were without the mixer, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, but that goes to, okay, if you're going to make a mixed drink, then you're not going to go top shelf.
Right.
Because in that, environment, you're not really going to know the difference.
Exactly. Let's say hello to Tim in Port Huron. You're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So I'm allergic to tomatoes. Kind of a weird inconvenience, but when I get, if I order a burger and there's a tomato on it, I don't send it back. I just take it off. It's just a small inconvenience for a minute, but, if it's busy, what am I going to get back?
So let me ask you this.
The juices on it don't cause a reaction in your allergy?
What it does is it makes my tongue tingly almost, like eating a jalapeno almost.
So
Not that I need an EpiPen or anything for it, though.
So let me ask you a question. Do you, because at a lot of restaurants, a good waitress or waiter will say, does anybody have any food allergies we should know about?
Right. But, it's just small inconvenience, and it's only like that for 5-10 minutes, and then I just move on with my day.
All right. Good for you. I'm glad you have that attitude. Hopefully, you don't have an allergic attack from the tomato juices.
Yes. No, that would be unfortunate.
Yes. God, just also think he's never had to enjoy the Bloody Mary.
No. Nope. That's got It's heavily flavored with tomato juice and
Yes.
tomato parts.
Exactly. By the way, at your little tailgate, somebody made me a Bloody Mary.
Oh, yeah? Was it up to your liking?
It was very good.
Okay, good.
It was very good. I still got there too late for the bacon again.
Oh, yeah.
God.
The bacon it's one of those things where you've got to be up there early.
I know.
This doesn't last long.
I was there, what? The game was at 7:30. I was probably at yours. What time did you leave? I was there by 3, probably 3:30.
No, I left around 4.
Yeah, I guess so. I
4:15,
got there around 3:45.
You showed up, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the tailgate been going on since noon, so.
I understand, but I have other
That's-
family members who don't like to get there that early. I mean, we got still
That's fine.
got there.
Hey, I'm not going to hammer you on
Okay,
that
all
one.
right, I'll
I'm just
make
telling
sure.
you, if you want the bacon,
Right, I know.
you got to be there earlier.
Right. So for Ohio State, I got to be there by 8 maybe to get bacon,
Well, no, I mean, if the bacon shows up at 6,
or
there's no chance it lasts until 8.
wow. I'm not going to be there at 6. I'll just have to suffer.
It's the
Oh, I know.
Ohio State.
No, it's not. It's Ohio State. It's not the.
It's the.
I don't care. They can sue me. I don't care. They can hack into my computer. I don't care.
Nobody wants
Okay.
what you got.
How do you know? I got play charts.
Oh, you do?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I got all.
Is that the play charts from the last Springsteen concert?
Absolutely. I got the set list.
The set
I
list,
got all
yes,
that stuff.
yes.
you
How
know?
does he possibly have this information?
Somebody needs to know. Carson Anderson are coming up next. Gator is here. Congratulations on the Spartans win.
Yeah, it was a nice win.
Yes. Did you see Rico run on the field?
I saw Rico embrace Harlan Barnett. Yeah. So I saw it last night. I was watching Sportsworks. So
Yeah.
that it made me laugh.
Yeah. Well, I think we mentioned it, if I'm honest.
Caputo made some sort of mention about
yes,
it.
he
Took a
did.
shot at
Yes,
it.
he did.
Yeah. Well, listen, if I were on the field, I'd give Harlan a hug too. I love that guy. He's one of the best.
Seems like a really good dude.
He's an awesome guy. He just really is. I don't think he's head coach material for a college football team, but I think he's a great assistant and a great person, and he'd be an awesome high school coach, which is actually where he got his start.
He might be the one guy that stays. Maybe he'll
They have a couple guys I hope they would consider hanging on to. Courtney Hawkins is another one. And, I think they've got a couple other coaches that are worth at least interviewing, but all depends who you bring in.
Do you think Levitt should play the rest of the season or preserve his red shirt?
Well,
because you never know, the coach could come in and bring his own quarterback and they'll never play anyway.
Of course, but I mean, Hauser played all but one series in the game, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And they won. And he wasn't awful. You got to keep in mind, this kid's making his fourth start in his career, whatever the heck it is. I mean, I like the potential of Levitt, and I do want to see more. But I think there's also you kind of ask yourself, okay, when do we burn that red shirt? Do we want to?
Right.
I don't think you want to at this point. Not on a lost season.
No.
I don't know. Does he have to play one more game? And
I think so.
Or is it 2 more?
Just go up and shock the world next week, or go down and shock the world.
Well, I've seen it done before.
I know.
And I actually wrote my show sheet. This has the same feel to it going into it. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Is 1998? State was like a 28-point underdog going to the shoe, but it has the same feel to it. Like everyone was down the team, but the team's played a lot better than what their record is. They just haven't finished, and they should probably have 3 more wins on their record at this point, but they don't. So it's been a rough season. We all know it, and I give them a puncher's chance on Saturday because Ohio State hasn't looked great either. I mean, they were trailing at halftime to Rutgers.
I know, and Rutgers was going in at pick 6, just turned the game
Totally
around.
changed around.
What else you guys got going today?
Well, we'll talk about the games, obviously both Michigan and Michigan State, the latest with the Michigan investigation. We've got Champ and Chump, and we got all the ramifications for the NFL weekend. We got a great Red Wing win to talk about.
Yes, indeed.
We will.
All right. Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a great day, everyone. 97.1 The Ticket.
That last story about Eduardo Rodriguez feels like that. I mean, I guess maybe Detroiters didn't care, but it's kind of an underrated Detroit screw job.
He can just go away.
Yeah.
Just thank you. We'll see you later. And I'm not even sure I needed to say the thank you.
But guys, it's not up to him whether he stayed or not. He said that to us, that he doesn't.
He didn't say it to us. He just said it.
It's all of Detroit.
Yeah.
But you control.
But it's up to you if you don't want to leave, apparently. So
I don't know. I mean, maybe the inherent message is people don't really care right now, but that whole thing leaves a bad taste in my mouth the way that went down.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's nothing good about that. Not at all.
Yeah. I mean, he has every right. He earned the right. No trade clause, and that's something that once you have that right, when you get to exercise it, good for you.
Yeah. Well.
But it just feels like when it was all said and done, we're the ones that get screwed up.
Well, is the good news that the Tigers can get a compensatory pick in a draft because he's a free agent now and he'll leave? I'm trying to find a silver lining behind this guy doing what he's. And look, this guy, right? Last year, or in 2022, had the personal issue.
Yep.
Left the team.
Yep.
Didn't talk to anybody. Was completely incognito for a long time. Incommunicado, I guess, for a long time. Wasn't wearing a disguise. It wasn't incognito.
Are you talking about Connor Stallions, or are we talking about what are you talking about?
It's a different kind of science.
Okay.
It was incommunicado for a long time. Nobody knew what the hell was going on. And the Tigers like, I don't know, comes back. He's a good pitcher with talent, but just, I mean, high maintenance? Is that wrong to say that?
I would say that applies.
And then the whole trade deadline thing is so maddening. So maddening. And it goes back to, well, who gave him the power? It's the contract that he had. Yep. He had the power to do that. So that's the last gift of Al Avila, I guess.
We could be mad at him too.
Yeah. But it's over with. It's done with. And Harris makes a trade to get Mark Canha. Okay? Move on.
Yeah. How was your weekend?
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately, state wins, so that helps out. It helps out a lot.
Apparently, Rico was on TV hugging.
Well, yeah.
I didn't see it.
Well, he's on the because he's got the field pass, and to get to the interview area, all the media ends up going out onto the field, and then you go through the tunnel into the media area. As far as I know, at least it's the way it used to be. So he's on the field. Team wins. Everybody's happy and celebrating, and he's walking onto the field, and he crosses paths with Harlan Barnett. They embrace. I said to the morning guys, I would have done the same thing, only because I knew Harlan years ago. But
you guys worked together, right?
Yeah, we worked together for 2 years, so it's more personal, I think, and I think Rico's got a relationship a little bit with him too. So it's.
I thought the piggyback ride was a bit much. I mean, that's me. That's me.
Much.
I don't know. Maybe I'm smaller than Rico.
Oh, but it's what it was though, because it wasn't just Harlan. I mean, Izzo. I don't know if you saw the Izzo embrace with him.
I didn't see anything. No, I watched the game, and then as soon as the game ended, the fumble recovery, I probably flipped over to the end of Texas K-State on that TV.
There were just a lot on social media about the coach and getting that win and people being happy for him. And he's a guy, Harlan Barnett is a guy that you can be nothing but happy for because he's a great guy. So that's all. Is it anything other than that? No, I thought it was cool. It was a nice moment.
Michigan beats Purdue on Saturday
Saturday night, Doug.
Saturday night, yes. Saturday night football. Here comes Saturday night. Yeah. I mean, it was kind of a ho-hum game. Jumped out of the gate early, kind of lulled offensively in the middle, finished strong. Defense was great from beginning to end. Michigan is I give the kids and the coaches credit for being able to compartmentalize what's going on off the field and just go out and perform on the field. Off the field, there's apparently going to be a bit of a lull here this week in news as Michigan awaits word if the Big Ten is going to hand down a suspension to Jim Harbaugh. Santa Ono, the Michigan president, sent the email that got published saying, we're just asking for due process. It is being reported by the Wolverine.com that that Michigan is prepared to file an injunction if indeed that happens. If there is a suspension, that would likely get granted. So at this point, there's really nothing new to report on that front. I will say Michigan, the moment they slip up in any way, it's considered an aha moment. Like if they are out on the field and they aren't playing well, people will think, aha, it's because they're not stealing signs now. And they've avoided that since this whole thing broke with their 2 games against Michigan State and Purdue. But, people will certainly say that if they don't go to State College and win. And the entire Big Ten will be rooting against them. And we know Michigan's wearing the black hat, and fans for coping, you may as well just wear it and wear it proudly. But what they're asking for is due process, which I think is what everybody would ask for. And I suspect that this is going to go down the way it's predicted. There'll be a suspension announced. Michigan will file an injunction and Coach Harbaugh will probably get to coach on Saturday. But it's hard to predict, Gator, because I don't know what's going to come next. I really don't. People say, what do you think is going to happen? What do you going to think is going to happen? There's already been all kinds of stuff, like the report on Friday that ties Ryan Day's brother to a private investigator that has unearthed all this stuff, and that a Michigan computer might have been illegally hacked. I hate to do it, but it's fair. If Ryan Day's brother did it, it doesn't mean that Ryan Day had any knowledge of it.
No, but I mean, but that's a rumor, right?
It's a rumor. Yep, that's hit the media. And if it has no,
just like there were rumors that Michigan was hacking into Ohio State's computers.
Yeah. Is there? I haven't seen that, honestly.
Yeah, that was weeks ago that was part of this, but they're just rumors at this point. I mean, you and I have kind of said all along, just let this thing play out. But people will point out hypocrisies in that because of what happened last year with the tunnel. And Michigan was very quick afterwards with Ward Manuel and Jim Harbaugh. We got it, pounding on the table, and things move very swiftly with the Big Ten in asking Michigan State to punish the players, and they did, and the investigation wasn't done. These are somewhat different circumstances, but nonetheless, that comparison is going to be made. But there were also reports on Friday night that Michigan had been presented with some evidence. Was that true?
I have been told that nothing that links this to Harbaugh.
Not that I linked it to Harbaugh, but that they had been presented with evidence about this case.
I'm not sure that what the evidence is. I've called and asked, but it hasn't apparently changed Michigan's position of asking for due process. But I did ask what it was, and I kind of got a vague response. They're not really the person in question didn't really know. But at this point, they still don't believe there's anything that links this thing as high up as Harbaugh. Connor Stalions did resign over the weekend and saying a statement that he acted alone. We could read the statement, but hey, man, it's just the latest in this saga. Again, expect something later in the week. If I think Pete Thamel just tweeted something out to that effect. 248-539-9797. We got our champ and chump. We will get to that coming up today. Ours at 10:35. On top of that, there's a lot to react to yesterday in the National Football League. So open lines, we'll get to your phone calls coming up and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
That's right. There's a lot of football to talk about this week, and there's a lot of football coming up this weekend. And Michiganders are loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in the state of Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. You can download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, Wheel of Fortune, new slots, Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer right now for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Champ and Chump, we'll get to those votes coming up today at 10:35. In the meantime, we'll get to the Red Wing win over the weekend over Boston, which was nice. We'll talk about what happened on the field with Michigan and Michigan State. NFL stuff, though, from yesterday. I want to get to that. Minnesota beat Atlanta. Probably the most significant results. Minnesota beat Atlanta, 31-28, and Philadelphia held off Dallas. There was also a Seattle game with Baltimore, which has some impact on the NFC, but and certainly as it pertains to the Lions. But I wanted to focus on the Minnesota and Philly results for a reason that I'll get to in a moment. First of all, the Hall kid got hurt for Minnesota, and here comes professional emergency break glass. I'm going to go win you the game, Josh Dobbs, who starts out pretty rough, and then goes on to lead them on a couple of late drives to win the game. Meanwhile, Adam Schefter reported yesterday that Justin Jefferson could return to practice this week.
Well, it's a Vikings team that's 5-4 right now.
Yep.
They haven't gone away. Yesterday was a golden opportunity for them to start to go away, and it didn't happen. Jaron Hall is he's out there, and he actually started up pretty well. It was 5 of 6 for 78 yards, but then just got hit pretty hard, goes out of the game with a concussion, and then they bring in the guy who's been starting all season, and he rough start, like you said, because I think they gave up a safety earlier or something, and then he's fine. Better than fine, making plays with his feet, which is concerning to Lions fans, as we know this Lions team struggles a bit with the mobile quarterback. And he had 7 carries for 66 yards and a touchdown, and then he completed 67% of his passes for 2 touchdowns as well. And Minnesota does have some weapons on offense. And as you mentioned, if they think they can get Justin Jefferson back, then this is a team that maybe should be more concerning than we want to give him credit for.
Well, and now let's get to the Philly game. They hold off Dallas 28-23. Philly tried mightily to implode late in that game, pass interference, roughing the passer. Didn't they jump in the neutral zone once on when Dallas had basically the whole length to go, whole length of the field to go, no timeouts, needing a touchdown, 40-something seconds. Philly helped as much as they could, but then Dallas helped back with a delay of game, and there's a false start mixed in and all that. Then it came down to one last throw, and it completed but didn't get it into the end zone, Dallas. And there was also the overruled touchdown late in that game where on a 4th down play they completed a pass to Luke Schoonmaker, who was knee hit the ground before the ball crossed. No, he wasn't. In fact, Dallas lost a 2-point conversion that got reviewed and overturned as well when Dak scrambled and tried to hold the ball out, and they showed that he stepped out before the ball crossed the line. I mean, there was a lot of drama on the end of that game and a lot of who wants it less, because 2 teams were making a bunch of mistakes. But the reason I wanted to bring those 2 games up is I circle back to Friday's show.
Mm-hmm.
What does it all mean for Detroit, right? So Detroit is chasing Philly, of course, for the number 1 seed in the NFC. And they're now a game and a half behind Philly for the number 1 seed in the NFC. Detroit is also fending off Minnesota in the NFC North. And with that win, Minnesota is now a game and a half behind Detroit in the NFC North. Now, think back to Friday's show. We asked the audience, who do you most want to lose over the weekend? And we gave them a bunch of choices. Philly, because you're chasing them. Minnesota, because they're chasing Detroit. Dallas, because they're in the chase for the number 2 seed. Seattle, because they're in the chase for the number 2 seed. We brought all these things up, and I was surprised that the number 1 response was Minnesota. People wanted Minnesota to lose more than anybody else, and it's not because you didn't want them all to lose, although Dallas and Philly couldn't both lose. But you get into the psyche of the Lions fan. What that told us, and it was a small sample size, so it doesn't tell us anything, but the psyche of the Lions fan was still more looking over the shoulder and in the rearview mirror than looking at the top of the ladder and could they get there. So,
well, maybe that. I also think there's part of it is just let's take care of the division first and worry about the rest of this stuff later. It's not necessarily looking over the shoulder, but all right, the sooner we can eliminate some teams from contention, the sooner we can focus on the other things.
Yeah, but and maybe that's it. Maybe that's why people felt that way. But after this weekend's results, do you feel better, worse, the same?
I feel kind of the same. Maybe slightly ticking to the worse.
Okay.
Because there's other things too, like Seattle losing to Baltimore. I feel a lot better about the Lions getting smoked by Baltimore because people are out there saying, "Oh, they can't do that again." Yeah, they can. That's a good football team Baltimore's got. In fact, Baltimore might be the best team in the NFL. We don't know, but they've certainly played like that lately.
I think they are the team du jour. Like, and that's a rotating target. Who is the team that everybody loves? At one point it was Detroit.
Yeah.
And at one point it was Philadelphia. At one point it was San Francisco.
Yeah, you're right.
Now the team du jour is Baltimore.
Now it's Baltimore. Yeah, yep. And at one point it was Miami, and they lose. Is it back to being Kansas City? Only if Taylor Swift shows up. But Philadelphia's game yesterday, I think a lot of people were like, okay, they're really good, but what? How come they're not? Shouldn't they be a lot better?
Philly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had 316 yards in offense. That's it. Now, Dallas is a good defense.
They had a bunch of 3-and-outs in the second half of that game. They lost Dallas Goedert with a broken arm. They had 2 corners go down, although Bradbury came back. But at the end of that game, Slay and Bradbury got hurt on Dallas's last drive. I mean, just kind of watching it unfold, I don't look at Philly and think they're unbeatable.
Yeah, I don't either. I think they're definitely beatable.
Yeah, but they've only lost once. And that's the thing about really good teams. They haven't looked great really all year long, but they continue to win and find ways to win. That's what really good teams do. And so I think the fear is, you guys should look out, because if they do get things clicking, then they're not just going to win. They're going to beat teams by double digits.
Well, the next 5 games will let us know what they are, because they're at Kansas City, home against Buffalo, home against San Francisco, at Dallas, and at Seattle. That's one hell of a 5-game stretch, which is why we're all maybe not necessarily chesty about the Lions' chances, but you compare that to the Lions' schedule, and we like the Lions' schedule a lot better. It's more favorable.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it only tells us who they are if they do one extreme or the other. Like if they win them all or lose them all, or win them all but one or lose them all but one. I suspect they'll lose a couple in that mix.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure it changes who I think they are. I think they're really good. I don't think they're infallible. By the way, another team du jour was Miami.
Yeah,
Miami was, Philly was, San Francisco was, Detroit was, and now Baltimore is. Which means all the power rankings, the ones that we kind of laugh at, will have Baltimore number 1 this week. But do you feel better, same, or the worse? Or better, same, or worse? Lions fans, after what you saw this weekend. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump will get to our votes today at 10:35. We want yours. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Monday in Detroit. Let's get to your open line calls. We go to Brian. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys, here's the thing. So after the weekend, I feel about the same. And here's my reason why. Was I kind of was of the position earlier in the season, and obviously it changed a little bit with some of the injuries, but I thought people were writing the Vikings off way too quick as being just like a trash team. Yeah, look, I get it. They won a lot of their games last year that were very, very close victories, and that's tough to maintain that. But to win close games, you got to have close games and be in close games, which would indicate that your team doesn't suck. Granted, yes, they have had some injuries, and that sort of changes the outlook. But at the beginning of the year, as things started rolling here, when I would listen to callers and friends and stuff, just, writing off the Vikings like they were going to lose like 10, 12, 13 games, I thought it was crazy. I stood by. There was a reason why those couple of games against the divisional Vikings were scheduled late in the year. NFL generally figures that stuff out pretty well. They look at all the minutia, all the evidence, and there's usually some science behind that. And I said before, I think those couple of Vikings games at the end of the season might have a little bit more merit than people were giving them. So, again, do I think Josh Dobbs is going to continue what he did over the weekend? No, I don't. I think that was probably a one-off, but the guy doesn't suck. Let's be clear. I still expect the Lions to win the division and win it, reasonably comfortably. But again, I don't think that the Vikings were as bad as people were making them out to be at the beginning of the year.
Well, you might be right. I mean, the way this thing's playing out, if they get Justin Jefferson back, if they still had Kirk Cousins, I think today in Detroit, people might definitely feel worse. That they got Cousins there and all that. It's hard to imagine that there's a degree of sustainability with Josh Dobbs running the show there, if he indeed, keeps the job. What's the word on Hall? Do we know how long he's out for?
Jaron Hall?
Yeah.
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Because I think they expect Dobbs to be the starter.
Justin Jefferson's coming back, and when you look at the roster, they have other players that are good too. They have some pretty good defensive players on that team. Again, I still expect the Lions to win the division. I still expect them to win it, reasonably comfortably. But again, at the beginning of the year, people were just so quick to write off the Vikings as like a non-factor. They were putting them in the same boat as like the Bears and the Packers, and I just didn't see that as being accurate.
Well, the feeling, of course, was that the pendulum would swing back, that the ball bounced their way, that they got a lot of puck luck, and that was going to be, their comeuppance was going to be this year, and it doesn't appear, they're going to suck. But the question, I guess, comes down to: is there any sustainability in terms of what they are? What they're getting out of the quarterback position. I would argue no. I feel exactly the same as I did going into the weekend, but better, worse, or the same. In fact, I might even feel a little bit better. Maybe a little bit. You feel a little bit worse. Well, because my eyes are on Philly. And I know they won the game, but they don't look to me like a team that cannot be beaten. The question is, could Detroit go in there and win? I didn't think they could before this weekend. And now I'm wondering if maybe they can. I would suspect they'd be an underdog, and they probably deserve to be an underdog. But do you feel a little bit better about beating Philly now?
I mean, here's the thing. I think every team is beatable. I don't think there's an unbeatable team out there. So Philadelphia is definitely beatable, just like everybody else. What concerns me is not why I said I'm slightly worse, is because of what Minnesota winning that game gives them 5 wins. Well, the Lions have 6 wins, right? But the record's much better, 6-2 versus 5-4. You've got the extra game, and it looks better. But what I don't want is any kind of distraction, because the Vikings' schedule cleans up easily for them as well. It's not difficult running down the stretch. So they're going to rack up a bunch of wins potentially. And then you get towards the end of the season, and they play the Lions 2 of the last 3 games. They don't play the Lions until way at the end of the season, and they got 2 of the last 3. I just don't want that to be dicey at all. I don't want those games to mean anything.
That's kind of a big ask. You almost want the division to be clinched after the week 14 game.
But I kind of feel like we all here in Detroit didn't expect anything to be a challenge to the Lions.
You don't want Minnesota with the ability to control their own destiny going into those 2 games.
That's correct. This is a team that won 13 games last year. You can't discount it. I know people will say, and I've said it, and Kang said it. We've all said it. Yeah, well, they were all 1-score games.
Yeah, well, that's what good teams do. They win the one-score games. They trudge through it. Even though they didn't look very good in their playoff game, it was embarrassing that they lost their playoff game. But it was still a 13-win team last year. They're not a 13-win team this year. But are they a team that can get on a roll here and then create some tumult at the end of the season? We'll see.
What they can do is provide resistance that you didn't want, Gator.
Yes.
You know, I respect the NFL no matter what team. And what I mean by that is any given Sunday is very real. It happens all the time. Big upsets, medium-sized upsets, small upsets. The Vikings started 0-3. So everyone's like, okay, this is where we thought they were going to be because they couldn't possibly win all those one-score games again. Then Kirk Cousins just put this team on his back and was just slinging, probably playing his best football of his career. But then he gets hurt, so we're like, okay, that threat is done with. This next game is an automatic loss, right? They're starting a 25-year-old rookie or whatever, and then he gets hurt, and you bring in the greatest emergency quarterback in the history of the NFL, and I don't say that lightly because I think Joshua Dobbs is the greatest emergency quarterback in the history of the NFL. This guy's done this more than once now. Not knowing his teammates' names, not knowing the playbook. They don't know his cadence, okay? They had to line up on the sidelines and go, dude, you might want to take some snaps so we learn how you call what your cadence is like so we don't false start. And he wins the game. So there's resistance that we didn't think was there. Now, I don't think Dobbs can continue this because that's the reason why he's a backup emergency quarterback. But he's provided something that we didn't expect, right?
I mean, it's crazy. This guy he's like the quarterback booty call.
He's like the dude in the stands. Yeah, you up? And then he comes and he always answers. Yeah, I'm up.
Hey, what's up?
And goes and wins.
Or makes it competitive at the least. It's not like a lay down shutout. I mean, this guy, he makes you work for the win.
It started off like a disaster. I mean, getting sacked in the end zone and
because he didn't know anything.
I know. And I'm saying, okay, here we go. This is
good.
But
a quarter and a half later, he still didn't know anything.
Yes.
Right.
And he let him do a win.
I'm sitting watching Red Zone, and they're not giving a whole lot of updates in this game. And then when they are, I'm like watching Atlanta in the Red Zone, and I'm asking myself, where's Bijan Robinson? Which I think is something Atlanta fans been asking for a while now. Like, why aren't they just putting the ball in the end zone? And of course, they had changed their quarterback. They got Heineke going, which is another really good.
But he had a whole week to prepare.
I know. And this is what's amazing. This is an amazing story. And then all of a sudden, the second half, Dobbs is like, "All right, I think I figured it out." I'm like, how did you figure it out? It's not like he threw for a ton of yards.
No, but
it was a short passing game. He made plays with his feet, and they kept their composure the rest of the way, and they won the game. So, look, he's not going to blossom into being the second coming of Lamar Jackson here. He is still Joshua Dobbs.
248-539-9797. Lions fans, do you feel better? Do you feel worse? Or do you feel the same after watching games this weekend? We'll get to your phone calls and champ and chump votes. Let's get to our champ and chump votes. I will tell you, we try to have different champs and chumps. You and I had the same chump. I changed mine. But so I will get to my champ of the weekend, Gator, is Dylan Larkin. Now, after watching that Red Wing game and going back and taking a look, and it was a real team effort. So it was hard for me to single out one person. But I think that goal that Larkin scored at the end of a 1 minute and 24-second shift, where he worked his way around a defender, had him draped all over him, and then finished to tie the game. He also had an assist. I'm going to go with Dylan Larkin as my champ of the weekend.
All right, and then he got Guffey at the end of the game, too, when it got to be a chippy hockey game, and he was right there dishing it out, too. I mean, I think he's a very good captain for this team. I went with C.J. Stroud. I could have gone with somebody at Michigan State, but I felt like giving the nod to a guy who just had a rookie had a phenomenal game. The Texans ended up outlasting Tampa Bay 39-37, but it was all C.J. Stroud. 30 of 42, 470 yards, and 5 touchdowns in the game. He was under duress, able to handle it. He was sacked a few times, didn't care. Just kept persevering and getting it done. And I think Carolina is probably looking at us now and going, oh, crap, we took Bryce Young instead of C.J. Stroud.
Next up, my chump is Eduardo Rodriguez for the opt-out, and the way that whole thing played out. The when he vaguely said, "Well, I don't know, I don't control this." Actually, you did, and you opted out, and we all know what went down. So he had that right, but I'm still not happy. We are the losers in this whole deal.
I'm actually happy he opted out just to free up the money and get him out of here. Let's move on because I don't want the drama all next year too. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, the fact that it was even there, it's just finally divorced from the guy. Get out of here. It's Connor Stagans. That's the chump of the week. He released a kind of a strange, statement. And then it wasn't him that said that I acted alone. It was, my attorney. Connor also wanted it known that blank. He had the opportunity to put that in his statement, and he didn't. I thought that was kind of strange.
Get your champ and chump votes in, 248-539-9797. We do it every Monday. We post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. Some of the feedback coming in right now, including champ and chump votes. Ryan in Arizona says, champ is Eric Van Rooyen, who won a golf tournament for his dying friend with an eagle on 18. Chump is the Falcons for choking away the game to the Vikings.
I didn't see the end of that. Was in Cabo, I believe. I did not see the end of the golf.
Champ Taysom Hill. Chump Eduardo Rodriguez. That's from an unnamed texter.
Just trolling me.
I want Philly to lose. We have 2 opportunities to play Minnesota. That's from an unnamed texter. Emilio in Florida says, champ the Lions for beating the bye week for the first time in my life. Chump the Cardinals for getting shut out. 248-539-9797. Next hour, we'll get into more college football today. Right now, we are discussing, do you feel better, worse, or the same, Lions fans, after watching NFL this weekend? I feel a little bit better. Gator feels just a tad bit worse. Where do you fall on that spectrum? Kang will get his opinion. It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Jump Monday, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, as the weather gets colder, the NFL, well, the offers stay hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. You've been thinking about joining FanDuel. There's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Tons of feedback. Phone calls, Carson Anderson. Happy Monday, everybody. 248-539-9797. Should have champed the extra hour. I love that extra hour. It's an underrated day on the calendar, that extra hour. And Kang, you've started to see it in a different way now that you have small kids.
Yeah, I had no problem with the spring forward, fall back thing, But I really appreciate it now that I have a little girl that had to wake up at the butt crack of dawn to go to the school bus stop, and just it's dark out. I've mentioned this before. She's like, "Daddy, the sun's not out." I'm like, "You're not wrong, honey.
Yeah.
The sun is not out, and we're out here." But now that she goes to the bus stop, the sun is out, or it's daylight,
Right.
So it's much better. So I appreciate it a lot more now as a father of a young little girl.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. Josh, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love the show. Listen to you guys every day. Hey, two things real quick. I wanted to touch base on what the other caller had talked about worrying about the Vikings. In my opinion, I don't know maybe what you guys think. You look at their record as a whole, look at the teams they've won against. 1-6 Panthers, right? The Bears, the Packers, they barely beat a 4-4 Falcons team. Aside from the 49ers, who have lost 3 in a row, so there's something going on there. You look at the teams they've lost against, the Buccaneers, the Eagles, the Chargers, the Chiefs. So in my opinion, I'm not really too worried about that. Even with Josh Dobbs, with the Lions playing as well as they are, I think the Lions are going to lock up this division in the next few weeks, in my opinion.
I would say this, Josh. First of all, I don't know if you intentionally want to discount that San Francisco game because they lost 3 in a row. San Francisco is a really good team, and that's I think that was week 2 of San Francisco losing. They lost to Kansas City by a touchdown. They lost to the Chargers by 4 points. They lost to Philadelphia by 6 points. They lost to Tampa by 3 to start the season. I mean, it's not like they're getting blown out. This is a team that's going to compete with you and going to be a pain in the ass, I think, the rest of the season.
No, I do agree. I just think, I don't know, I'm not too worried about them. But second thing, after the Michigan game, I know the Purdue coach, they had asked him on his opinion on the sign stealing. He says, well, I called a spade a spade. In your opinion, what he said about that's a good football team they just played, does that change the perspective of this whole sign stealing thing? Like, hey, you know what? Michigan doesn't need the signs. They're a good football team, and these teams are going to realize that. I mean, what is your opinion on that?
Well, it's not about I don't think anybody debates that they're good. The question is, did they do something illegal over the last couple of years, and and who knew about it? How high up did it go? So look, the one thing that Michigan did and has done in these 2 games is save the aha moments. I mean, like if they struggle, everybody will see it's because they didn't steal the signs. And so by winning and winning comfortably in these 2 games, they kept people from going, aha. It doesn't absolve them. But at this point, as far as the players and the coaches that are there are concerned, all they can do is go out and try and win every football game. And, it's funny. I was thinking about talking with people and fans that night. Nothing is going to be proven and nothing is going to change probably for a good long time. There were 110,000 people there, and all the Michigan fans were there. I don't know if there was 100,000 of them or 105,000 of them are Michigan fans. They had that momentary escape where they got together, and I think people are, want to support the student athletes, and they'd love to support the coach, and yet they just had that chance to escape and just have it be about college football for that night. And then, Monday's going to roll around, and we're going to hear about it all week, and then hopefully they get a chance to escape this coming weekend. And in the end of this, we'll find out if it was more lone wolf or if it was more orchestrated. But I don't think opinions are really going to change. I mean, we've talked about this last week. There's nothing that is going to be debated from the Michigan side that's probably going to change people's opinions. And then there are others on the people that really hate Michigan and didn't like them going in, or nothing's going to happen to make them go, oh, yeah, they were right. I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be.
Look, it's a good football team. They've got a lot of talent on that football team, and I don't think there's any question it's a good football team. But it looks like they had a big-time competitive advantage, and in those big games when you're playing the big teams and you had that advantage, that can't be discounted. They haven't played anybody this year, and they've smoked everybody. This Saturday is the big game. And it's interesting to see. I don't think the kids are looking at anything as being a distraction. I think they've done a great job to keep the team focused. And I think the number one reason why they can do that is their head coach. I don't think Jim Harbaugh lets anything affect what's going on. Anything that happens on the periphery, he doesn't pay attention to. This guy is so tuned into only the game.
He says it. Everybody says, the same thing, and he says it. And I think you're right. I think the way he is wired, it's who he is. So we'll see what happens against Penn State. I'm not expecting Michigan to be distracted in the least in that game. But what we will find out is how good
are they at this point, okay? It's not despite the records, both Ohio State and Penn State don't look like these are your world-beating teams. Both teams have talent. Penn State's got talent on the defensive side, and they struggle a little bit offensively. The Ohio State team has tons of talent offensively, but the quarterback is not quite where they want him to be. And Michigan could very well run the table here and have it all spoiled by whatever the Big Ten decides.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Doug, the Eagles are just coasting. You haven't seen the real Eagles yet. That's from Alan McComb. Doug, why would you feel more comfortable? Why do you keep talking about the Lions having a home game? Didn't Seattle come in and beat us at home? The Lions did not do anything to help their defense through free agency. Didn't do anything to help their defense through free agency. I would argue that Cam Sutton has helped their defense.
Lions try to do a lot to help their defense in free agency, but those guys got hurt.
Yep. C.J. Gardner-Johnson might come back. Where they did do something to help their defense is certainly the drafting of Brian Branch. But their defense last year, the point you made, last 10 games, they really started to improve.
Their pass defense was outstanding in the last 10 games. Quarterback rating against of 80 when you round up. It was 79.7, but 80.
And as far as why do I keep talking about the Lions having a home game, I think there are teams in the NFL that are more equipped to go on the road and win in the postseason than the Lions. I think the Lions I don't think it's a requirement to get to the Super Bowl to have home field throughout the playoffs, but I'll feel much better about it if they do.
Yeah.
The worst weather game they played this year was at Baltimore. And they look rough. And so you get into January road trips to places like Seattle or Philadelphia. I don't love their chances. 248-539-9797. An unnamed texter. I am not concerned about the Vikings at all. Tom in Ann Arbor. Champ Michigan football players for ignoring distractions and playing great football. Chump the staff for creating unneeded distractions. I feel worse. Minnesota can be scary. Having a scrambling mobile quarterback can make that offense scary if it will give those wide receivers much more time to get open. My champ is the Baltimore Ravens for putting that butt kicking on Seattle. My chump is the Falcons for letting Minnesota beat them. It's from Jeff and Nova, and the Falcons are getting quite a few chump votes.
Well, the Vikings have won 4 in a row, by the way.
I know.
And looking ahead at their schedule, they got a reasonably tough game at home on Sunday against New Orleans, and they're at Denver, home against Chicago, at Vegas, at Cincinnati. That's a toughie. And the 2 of the last 3 are against Detroit, and they have a Green Bay sandwiched in between. It's not a cakewalk of a schedule. They do have some tough games, but the Lions' schedule is very similar. They've got a couple of they don't have a Cincinnati on their schedule rest way like they do, but
have the Vikings won every game without Justin Jefferson?
Not sure if they play with him against Kansas City. I can find that out in a second here.
Okay. I'm just wondering, do they lose him?
No, they lost him, I think, in the Kansas City game, and they lost to Kansas City 27-20.
But
they've won 4 in a row since that.
So since he got hurt, in all the 4 games he hasn't played, they've won them all.
I'm sorry. Yes, to your point. Yes, because he played against Kansas City.
Does that make any sense?
Well, look at it. Well, I shouldn't say it because of San Francisco in there, but they beat Chicago, they beat Green Bay, and they beat Atlanta, as well as beating San Francisco.
Yeah. 248-539-9797.
Can they do it without a running game? The Vikings have, and that Madison's a running back, and he has had 2 games this year where he's gotten away a little bit, 93 and 95 yards in back-to-back games against the Chargers and Carolina. Outside of that, he hasn't had a game where he's run for more than 50 yards.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Lions fans, do you feel better? Do you feel worse? Do you feel the same? We'll talk about what happened on the field with Michigan and Michigan State today at 11:30. Look ahead as well for both programs. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. As Michigan prepares preparation for their biggest game of the year at Penn State, the college football world is waiting to see if the Big Ten will hand down any punishment this week for the illegal scouting scandal. Pete Thamel of ESPN had this to say over the weekend during College Game Day. A FAML does say not to expect anything in the next 48 hours. The word is that if Jim Harbaugh is suspended, the school may attempt an injunction to block the punishment. College hoops, Michigan State on the court tonight at the Breslin Center. An 8:30 tip against James Madison. Tom Izzo believes they'll be tougher than people think. MSU is ranked number 4 in the country as the season begins. Also tonight will begin Coach Greg Campy's 40th season with Oakland. They travel to Columbus. A star-studded back-to-back for the Pistons. After hosting KD and the Suns last night, they'll face Steph, Clay, and the Warriors tonight in downtown Detroit. The Pistons have lost 4 in a row. Golden State coming off their own loss to Cleveland last night. Tip time just after 7 o'clock on 97.1 right here. And Monday Night Football will feature the Lions' next opponent, the Chargers, who will face Detroit next Sunday. But first, they're going to battle the Jets at MetLife Stadium for an 8:15 kickoff. A win would get LA back to 500 for their tilt against the Lions, who now come off their bye week. Dan Campbell speaks this afternoon. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Open lines, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes, get those in. We got the latest in the Michigan scandal. We've got the alleged scandal. We've got the latest in the with the NFC battle for the top of the division and the top of the conference. Do you feel better, worse, the same? 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. We'll talk about the on-the-field stuff for college football today at 11:30. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Tommy. You're next. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, how you doing, guys, man?
Okay. All right.
Hey, what about this thing about Ryan Day and his brother or brother-in-law, and they illegally got this stuff from
it's rumored.
Connor Stallions. I'm just saying, you know what? This could be another. Now you could put Ohio State into this. That was illegal. You cannot do that.
Well, they could face punishment too, but it doesn't take away punishment that Michigan can get.
Let me put it to you like this. I
agree.
I think that we're a long way to go before getting that ties. But if they do, I would suspect there will be ramifications.
Hey Doug, if that is how this whole thing started,
yeah,
I figured it was. I said that from the beginning. It was from Ohio State because they were bitter, and now it comes out, it's like it could be his, the coach of Ohio State's brother-in-law. He's like computer genius. He's going to be like, he got into, how would he get into, and that's illegal. How would he get into Connor Stallions' computer? That's illegal.
Again, it would take a whole, I know, but it would take an entire investigation. It would have to be proven, just like everything else. And if one of his family members did something, that doesn't mean he knew about it. But again, before that gets anywhere, they have to find out if there's merit to it, and then that will launch a whole nother investigation. And the twists and turns of the story will get, wow, that's if. That is a big if. But 248-539-9797. Leonard, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Leonard.
How you doing today?
Okay.
Yeah, I worry. You know what? I worry about the Minnesota Vikings more than anything else, because the reason why I say that, they have the almost exact same schedule besides the Cincinnati game, but their schedule pretty much the exact same as the Lions is. And if the Lions were to fall into a multi-sled in the losing, that would put the Vikings and the Lions tied for first place, and that's what worries me the most. And then, two, they have the mobile quarterback I can get in and out the pockets, and the Lions don't do well with quarterbacks that's in and out the pockets like that. That's mobile.
Well, Minnesota's schedule is similar to Detroit's, but it is harder right now. Their strength of schedule the rest of the way, their opponent's winning percentage is 507. Detroit's is 434. So Minnesota has they have a tough schedule the rest of the way as well, and a tougher schedule than Detroit, although it's not the hardest in the league.
Exactly.
But look, I think we got to a point where we thought this was going to be easy. And
it's not.
It's probably not going to be easy.
No, especially when they got Dobbs as the quarterback. So who's to say they might go with him, go with Dobbs straight on out from there? and they get even better at it because Minnesota Vikings, they got some weapons on offense. That's bad enough already as it is with the wide receivers and they running back and that tight end. Now you add a mobile quarterback into the equation, that makes it a lot harder for Detroit because you know how Detroit is with mobile quarterbacks. They don't fare well with them at all, no matter what team is.
Well, for people who are scared of Dobbs, okay, if Dobbs were better than Kirk Cousins, Minnesota would have perhaps signed him and played him. Is there any chance that Dobbs is a bigger threat to the Lions because he's more mobile than Kirk Cousins?
No, he just presents a different skill set that you have to prepare for. But I mean, Kirk Cousins is one of the best pocket passers you'll see in the National Football League. He sits in a pocket and he throws the ball very well all over the field. He's really good at it. I think he had 300-yard passing games, I think, in the first 3 games of the 3 or 4 games of the season. He's quite good. Dobbs brings a different skill set, but if Dobbs were better, he'd be starting somewhere else and would not have relinquished that job. If he were better, would Arizona have gotten rid of him?
Well, you might think Arizona might be trying to tank, though, because...
Well, they were tanking with him. I mean, they weren't...
Well, they got him to tank. He came there and started on a week's notice.
I guess my point is it's not like he was winning games there either. I mean, they came back to beat Atlanta, and Atlanta is not a good football team. So I want to give Dobbs credit for doing that on 5 days' notice. That's the insane part of what he was able to do.
But that's what Dobbs does, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
No, but
I mean, I don't know if he's going to. I don't expect he's going to sustain this for the rest of the season. I mean, that's the part where maybe I can breathe a little bit easier. But I'm not going to lie. After watching the game yesterday or watching what happened in the NFL yesterday, I did kind of clinch up a little bit. Ooh.
Well, the thing is, you're crazy if you think he's more of a threat than Kirk Cousins was. Okay, so Lions fans rest easy there. But I will say this. I think he's more of a threat than Nick Mullins and Jared Hall. And I also think that the fact that Vikings have 2 games against us, they control their own destiny. You know, that's 2 games that can catch up.
Actually, they technically literally do right now.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're a game and a half back. When Minnesota has a bye and Detroit plays, they'll be 2 games back. And then when they play each other at the end of the year, if Minnesota sweeps them both, and if they go into that 2 games back, sweep them both, tie Detroit, then they'll hold the tiebreaker. So Minnesota does still technically control their own destiny.
And that's why I would be somewhat concerned. I'm not on red alert by any means, but those things I look into, and I'm aware that they're there.
Are you? We haven't asked you. Better, worse, the same after watching this weekend?
Slightly worse.
Okay.
Slightly. I think, like I said, I don't think if Dobbs were, if he were winning games all the time, he wouldn't be Joshua Dobbs. I think he's just amazing that he does this it seems like all the time. With the Titans, he had to start a playoff game last year. And he was there for like a week and a half or something. He played the week before, and then he had to start the playoff game. The Cardinals got him because they were trying to tank. And he actually was very competitive week 1. And they beat Dallas, by the way. Comes in, we all saw what happened yesterday. I mean, off the bench, not knowing anyone's name. So I just think he's better than Mullins and Jared Hall. And the fact that they have 2 games against the Lions, I think you have to be aware of that, like I said. But, yeah, so slightly worse, Doug, just slightly.
So you guys both have somewhat, I guess, you both feel slightly worse. Are you dismissing my, hey, Philly they don't look unbeatable thoughts?
Kind of.
Okay.
Because I think, I mean,
I'm not mad at
I don't
you.
think there's a team out there that's unbeatable. Nobody's unbeatable. Every team has its flaws.
I'll give you an example. I think Detroit's better than Dallas. And Dallas had the ball on, what was it, the 6-yard line with what should have been 3 or 4 shots at the end zone, and they imploded. And if I like Detroit better than I like Dallas, I should feel good that Detroit can go into Philly and do that if they meet in the playoffs.
They can, but you're not chesty about it. And are you feeling, is your 51 tell you the Lions go to Philly and beat Philly?
No, but
okay,
I feel better about beating Philly in Philly than I did going into the weekend. That's the question. Do we feel better, worse, or the same? And that's why I feel slightly better.
Here's the other thing. This is fresh off what happened yesterday.
Yep.
All right. Your opinions will change during the course of the week. You'll feel better about certain things. Maybe you feel worse about certain things. I'll feel better. And I know I'm going to feel better about the Lions moving forward here because we're going to get the reports that, hey, look who's at practice. Okay. I feel better. These guys are all coming back. And let's make sure we go to a Friday and the practice report comes out Friday afternoon and there's not some late edition. like we've seen a couple of times this year. You're like, what the hell happened? I'm confident the Lions have a good football team, and I think the Lions have a Super Bowl contending team. I don't think their chances are as good as others, but they do have a chance.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Julian. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Julian.
How you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
Quick champ and chump. I'll give a champ to Joshua Dobbs. Love the story. Love the booty call comment was hilarious. A chump, I'll give just same game. I'll go to the Falcons. I mean, I just don't get how you lose that game. Awful organization. Couple of points I wanted to talk about. Lamar Jackson. So obviously it makes me feel a little bit better than putting the whooping on Seattle. I think it's a testament to Lamar Jackson. I mean, a lot of people have had some pretty crazy just what they've said about him and how they feel about him as a quarterback over the years. I mean, even they've talked about, as of last year, there was talk on the radio about him wanting to come, or people wanting him to come here. And I just think that he's a very good talent and he can win a Super Bowl. But I do feel quite the same about the Lions after this week. I don't really, it's not a great answer, but I mean, not much has changed. I feel the same about Philadelphia. They've always been beatable to me. I still think San Francisco is a better football team than them, even though they haven't looked like it recently. I think we're probably like the fourth best team in the league, and I still think that. I think we're the second best team in the NFC behind the Eagles.
So, I mean, you don't have to say it needs to be exciting if that's how you feel. The thing about the NFL that's so tough is because the schedule, it's not like a Major League Baseball 162-game schedule or an NBA or NHL 82-game schedule. There are 17 games. And we've already talked about the swinging pendulum of who's the it team and how it's already been through like 4 or 5 teams in the NFL, and the current one is Baltimore. And it just, they've had a couple of pretty damn impressive wins. And the knock on Lamar is he's 1-3 in the postseason. And he's an immense talent. My God, is he talented.
He's very talented.
And when he is on, when you get the entire Lamar Jackson experience, you got problems.
I was watching a play he made yesterday. Gets flushed out of the pocket. It's as if he just toys with defenses. Like he knows, I know I can accelerate at any time and just get past you. And he just buys himself that time. He flushed out of the pocket. He's got a defensive end, outside linebacker type chasing him. And it's, not like a big fat guy. This is a guy who's getting after him, chasing him. And he's like, I got this. And then all of a sudden, whoop, he's gone and takes off for like a 15-yard gain and does what he does also very well, which is gets himself out of bounds before he takes a punishing hit, which is completely different than if you watch Josh Allen.
Right.
Josh Allen's trying to run people over all the time, right?
I'm telling you, Josh Allen is going to have a short career.
Well, I agree with the caller 100% on Lamar Jackson. The slander with him that he was taking, especially this offseason with the contract dispute, is to me ridiculous. You guys never had a Pro Bowl receiver. He's had running back by committee the entire time. He wins games. If you look at his career as a starter, he just wins games. And you're right, Doug. The knock on him, of course, is not winning any playoff games, but you don't win any till you do, right? And so Matthew Stafford was 0-2, and everyone just hated him. And eventually, he won the Super Bowl. You can win with Lamar Jackson. The guy's won an MVP in this league. He needs other things as well, but he's a really good quarterback. And the Ravens, if he's on, they're one of the best teams in the league.
Carson Anderson, more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you're tired of itchy, dry skin and hair, call CGC Water and have your new Kinetico water softener installed that'll keep your skin and hair feeling soft and looking great. Having soft and purified water offers so many benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Kinetico Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Hope you had a spectacular weekend. Hope you enjoyed the extra hour. I sure as hell did.
Did you?
It's underrated, man. I just love it. I know some people don't care.
What'd you do with the extra hour, Doug? You love it so much. Man.
I
Just sleep?
got a lot. First of all, I felt like I slept in, and then I felt like I had a lot I could get done before the 9:30 kickoff. Freed up time to get more done between the early game and the afternoon game. I was making a lot of deposits into the Bank of Goodwill, getting stuff done around the house. So, yeah, it felt like a really productive day, and it felt like when you don't feel like you got up early to get stuff done, you feel like you slept in and still got up early to get stuff done. That's puts me in a good mental place. I enjoyed the day.
All right.
I got to figure out a way we could do this. What's my idea? I'll run for office and that we make our days 2 minutes shorter. And then at the end of every month, we get to roll the clocks back. Is that a platform to run for office?
It is not.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Stan, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stan.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Happy Monday.
You too.
Yeah, my champ for the day is Scott Harris. He, in one fell swoop right away, brought in a player that, as Mark Canha, who's better than anybody else we had last year.
No,
and he
not.
has an OBP of 364, which is better than guys like Corey Seager, Trey Turner, Jose Ramirez.
He's fine. Hold on. Let's slow down here, Stan.
This is interesting.
Mark Canha's fine, but I mean, when you start using one statistic, which is the on-base percentage, as if that's the be-all, end-all to say why this guy, and presenting it like he's better than those other guys.
Well, he also had a 2.2 WAR or whatever.
That's fantastic. He had 11 home runs and 62 RBI last year and hit 262. He gets on base. That's nice. I like that he gets on base and he's patient at the plate. But, I mean, would you rather have him or Jose Ramirez?
Agreed.
Okay.
But
Would you rather have him or any of the other players you just listed off?
Well, but again, it is a reliable statistic for success, and it plays to what the type of player he wants.
He can
And
get
I
on
think
base.
it's a great
That's what he
pickup.
can do. I think he's fine. Yeah. I don't think he's better. I'd rather have Kerry Carpenter. Kerry Carpenter's got the promise because he can hit the ball out of the park. Canha can't.
He's going to be batting.
Right, but I'm just saying
that.
that you said that he's better than anything that the Tigers have, and it's just not. It's not true. He's a nice addition to be perhaps a fourth outfield.
I will say one thing: you do realize that he went in, and after they got him at the trading deadline, they went like 36-18, and it was his offensive performance that got the Brewers into the playoffs. You agree with that, right?
I'm very happy for Milwaukee.
Stan, can we agree that it's a good move, but maybe, who's your chump?
My chump is Jim Harbaugh.
Okay.
I think that he's an embarrassment to the state. I think that this whole thing about due process, I'm thinking that, gee, what happened to the kids in the tunnel? Did they get due process, or did the Big Ten come down on them hard right away?
Well, I mean, whether that's completely different case, and I get it. And they're calling for it now. The inconsistency of the Big Ten would include that. It would also include them allowing those Ohio State players to play in the postseason after they got found to have taken illegal payments back in 2011. There has been some inconsistencies for sure. But, it goes both ways.
I suppose the other thing is that Michigan State could have done the same thing last year, which we didn't see. I mean, Alan Haller didn't go and appeal to the Big Ten commissioner and say, hey, let's wait for the due process to play out, which I kind of wish he had in hindsight, but it didn't happen that way. So if I were Ono at Michigan, yeah, I would ask for the same thing. Let the due process play itself out, hoping that they're going to let it play out. And if not, then you deal with what's coming. And if you're Michigan, maybe it seems to stand that you said earlier that they're looking to if they are put in a corner that they're going to fight it. And we'll see.
248-539-9797. My man loves Mark Canha.
Mark Canha's fine. I don't even want to sound like I hate Mark Canha. I don't. I just didn't like his approach to it. Like painting him like this guy's going to be so great for the Tigers. He gets on base. That's what he does. And as far as everything else is concerned, he doesn't have power. He provides leadership. He's 35 years old. Okay.
I worry about because I felt like the headline with the Tigers signing him was he's going to teach the young guys. So I'm like, well, how about on the field? Like what can he provide there too?
Right.
And I know he can provide something.
He's going to be a
there,
hitting coach. Okay. I'm more interested in that. What he does is he exemplifies what Scott Harris's approach to hitting is. Be selective in the pitches you're going to swing at. All right. That's what he does really well. He can get on base. He's not going to swing at stupid stuff. He doesn't strike out a ton. There's some things to like with him, but I don't know how many games he's going to play for the Tigers. You're going to play him over Kerry Carpenter or Riley Green? Or, now you got Parker Meadows is trying to crack into this lineup, and you're going to have other players going to try to crack the lineup. We'll see. We'll see where he's at. I mean, they traded a minor league pitching, not even prospect, to get him. But we'll see.
Doug, I guess Gator's not going to be there for Mark Hanna Statue Day.
I don't think he's not going to get a bobblehead day. Or even a mini bobblehead day.
Tiger Magnet Day for Mark Hanna. I don't know.
Beer koozie day.
I'm trying to figure out because I have really no strong feelings on this one way or another. But for the fun of it, I might get on Team Canna here.
Kate, did you see that last night? Did you see what Canna did?
I think we need to discuss a little bit.
More cannon bomb.
Yeah, right.
Another cannon bomb. There it is.
Cannon bomb. A cannon bomb. That's great.
A cannon bomb. Yeah. Gator, get on board, baby.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But are you going to start showing the appropriate love?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll get on board.
248-539-9797. All right. We'll get to what happened on the field for both Michigan and Michigan State. And I feel like every week we can do this, an amazing Iowa stat. And they win football games, Gator.
That they do.
They win football games.
They know how to win some football games.
We'll get to the most recent editions of the amazing Iowa stat at 11:31. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. A few things here. You can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump get posted each and every week, and we're voting today for the Champ and Chump of the weekend. Also streaming with video through twitch.tv. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Then there's a streaming chat there. Also, YouTube. Go to youtube.com, and you can watch there as well. All different ways you could take in the show. All right. We've done a lot of off-the-field stuff, of course. But on the field, Michigan and Michigan State both played. Before we get to that, Gator, Iowa stat of the day. This came out during our game, our update guy, Rob Joyce. Iowa just played Northwestern at Wrigley Field. The final of that game was Iowa 10, Northwestern 7.
I totally forgot about that game. So that's the first time I've heard the score.
Yes. Iowa kicked a late field goal, a last-second field goal to win 10-7.
Unbelievable how pathetic that team is on offense, and yet how good they are on defense. Their defense has been spectacular.
The two teams combined to score 17 points. This past baseball season, the Chicago Cubs played 6 games in which the two teams combined for more than 17 runs. Iowa and Northwestern just played a football game at Wrigley Field, which was the 7th highest scoring game played at Wrigley Field this year, behind 6 baseball games.
Wow.
Then I saw this, and I haven't been able to find where this came up on social media, and so I don't know if it's true or not, but so take it with a grain of salt. However, since 2021, 53 times a team has played a football game and had less than 170 yards in total offense. Okay? So 2022, 2023 seasons, 53 times teams have gone out on the field and had less than 170 yards of offense. Under those circumstances, those schools are 4-49.
How many of those 4 wins come for Iowa?
All of them. Iowa is also now in command of the Big Ten West after this weekend's results.
If I were USC, I would pick up the phone, call Phil Parker, who's the defensive coordinator at Iowa, and I would offer him $2 million a year to be the DC at USC. Because USC is positively pathetic when it comes to defense. They just don't play it. Mm-hmm. They thought Alex Grinch, that's going to be the answer. They just fired Alex Grinch, who used to be at, Ohio State?
Yep.
I mean, things you're doing wrong and things you're doing right. Iowa, what are you doing wrong? Their offense is completely impotent. They can't do anything. What are they doing right? Their defense is really good.
If you're Iowa, do you call up USC and try and get their offensive coordinator?
You try to get Lincoln Riley?
You just go with a straight-up trade.
Right.
Look, we'll give you our DC if you give us your OC. I mean, I think Lincoln Riley's the offensive guy there, but it's just funny.
Well, go get it was the coach at Arizona. That's their place.
Jed Fish?
No.
The head coach?
No, I like Jed Fish. It's not him. It's the Arizona Cardinals.
Cliff Kingsbury?
Kingsbury, yeah.
The shocking news when USC fired their defensive coordinator was, I didn't know they had a defensive coordinator. I was like, well, they have one?
Oh, somebody's taking the blame for this, huh?
What? I thought they were operating without one this whole time.
So,
they
on the
seriously
field,
won it 10-7?
They won 10-7.
Unbelievable.
I think the
over-under was like 30.5 or something like that.
Yeah, I think the over-under is out for Iowa Rutgers this weekend.
This is going to be just as bad.
Yeah, what do you think it is?
30.5. I'll go 31.
How many runs?
Right. Did they get their last at bats?
Yeah.
They could be trailing in the 9th inning, so they can still score.
I saw it. I'm going to just looking to confirm it. Kang, did you have a guess?
29.
You are both too high.
Are you? This one's below 29. It's 27.5.
On FanDuel, it is currently 28.5.
Jeez.
My goodness.
You know what? I'm just waiting for the next time an Iowa player wins Big Ten Offensive Player of the Week.
That is absolutely unbelievable. I'm trying to see if it's they just have the spread. They don't have the over-under total.
Somebody, Josh just linked us on a tweet. The highlights of Iowa Northwestern done in black and white grainy film as a silent film. It's so classic.
The founding forefathers would be proud of the offensive juggernauts that show they put on there.
Extra.
Right. You see? Iowa scores 10.
Get this out to the newsies, okay?
That's so great. Have you seen it on Twitter? I need to retweet this.
Iowa.
That game should be shown in black and white,
Deacon,
right, standard def.
That's
the whole
hilarious.
nine.
It's standard def. Deacon Hill, the quarterback, was 10 of 15 for 65 yards and a touchdown and a pick. They ran for 104 yards on 41 carries. Northwestern, Brendan Sullivan was 12 of 19 for 81 yards and a touchdown, and they ran for 89 yards on 41 carries.
Dude.
That's 170 yards in offense for Northwestern and 169 yards in offense for Iowa. Are you kidding me?
It's so bad.
How do we do punting wise? Punting. Hey, there were only 13 punts total in the game. That's different.
Yeah. Well, it's been retweeted for our account at Dungator971 if you want to check it out. It is hilarious. On the field, Michigan State got a win. And those kids have been through a lot. I think both fan bases have rallied around rooting for the kids. And the fact of the matter is, you got to be happy for them. And Harlan Barnett seems like a good guy. Everybody says it, whether you're a fan or not. And Harlan Barnett seems like a good guy. I actually think Jim Harbaugh has some ties and actually kind of likes Harlan Barnett. But with that said, Gator, the Levitt thing is kind of becoming the story. I think he played in his fourth game. So do you preserve the red shirt? Does the kid say, I want to preserve the red shirt? Who even knows who the coach is going to be?
You ask the kid what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I think that's the fair thing to do is you ask him, what do you want to do? We'll support it either way. But part of what goes into that is there's no guarantee that he's even going to play because, as I mentioned to Stoney during the crosstalk, he only played one series against Nebraska. Caton Hauser played the rest of it. And Caton Hauser was fine. He wasn't world, achieving there, but he was fine. If I were Sam Levitt, I would take the red shirt.
Yeah.
Just don't play me again the rest of this year, and I'm going to wait and see who the coach is, and determine whether or not he wants to be here next year and still be a Spartan. And if he wants to compete with Caton Hauser in the spring, so be it, or whatever. Who knows? Because there's no guarantees. You could get a coach from another program that's coming over, and he's going to bring in his quarterback. There a lot of names are out there bandied about as potential head coaches at Michigan State. One of them is Chip Kelly, who's at UCLA. If Chip Kelly comes from UCLA to Michigan State, does that mean he's going to bring his quarterback with him? Is from Detroit? Dante Moore?
Yeah. And so is the Urban Meyer thing, is it dead?
It sounds like it's dead based on what I can gather and glean from people that I value their opinions on Spartan Mag and others. It sounds like it's kind of a dead thought, and that he just doesn't want to coach anymore. Now, that's going to be tested. If he says he doesn't want to coach anymore, that statement will be tested if Texas A&M's job comes open, because they're not happy with Jimbo Fisher down at A&M.
He's owed like $80 million.
Yeah, but they got oil money. They don't care. They can spend it like crazy. I was having a conversation with somebody over the weekend. Actually, a good buddy of mine was in town from Chicago, and he was talking to me about, we were talking about college football because we were watching the second half of the state game and the portal and NIL and all that. And I said, the thing about NIL and what screwed Texas A&M is they didn't know how to use it right. you don't necessarily use it to get the top recruits, the type high school recruits in the country. I think the money is better used to entice players in the transfer portal to come over. Players that you already know are going to be good. Get that stud transfer portal quarterback. Get the best offensive line that you can get through the portal. So you're getting kids that are already matured and guys that know how to play football, as opposed to taking a chance and looking at a rating system and thinking, well, he's a 5-star recruit, he must be good.
Well, I made the comment,
which is a mistake,
about a year ago, that I suspect that in the next few years, recruiting portal kids will start to become the priority and covered more than recruiting high school kids. And I've actually seen it even more so in other sports that I have familiarity with how kids are recruited, that the portal already has exceeded high schools. Knowing that, look, it's baseball. Like my son played. I know a lot of kids that got recruited at various levels, and there's a lot of discussion how out of high school it's incredibly difficult to get D1 offers, because high D1 offers, because they're starting to portal up way more than look at high school. And I think it's going to become more of a priority in college football. But
well, I mean, just looking at a high school kid, there's just no loyalty, and why should there be anymore in college football because of what they've done with NIL? I mean, you have the situation with Quinn Ewers when he went to Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he graduated way early, a whole full year earlier from high school, just so he could get to Ohio State to get that NIL money. Got it, didn't play a down for Ohio State, and then uses the portal to go to Texas.
Yep.
Totally spurns Ohio State. So, I mean, it's, kids are manipulating it. Kids are trying to use it in high school to try to with the NIL stuff. They're saying, well, if you want to get me on your campus to even look at you, it's going to cost you $5,000 or whatever. That's kind of crazy to think that that's what's going on. And yet, I don't know, is it the next logical step that high school kids would be demanding money for you to actually have me come on an official visit?
248-539-9797. Oh, okay, let's get into what happened on the field for Michigan and what's going to happen next. We will get to that today at 11:47. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so as I said earlier, talking to Michigan fans, it felt like the game Saturday night served for them as an escape from what's been going on around the program, and we shall see what happens next. But with that said,
had to give up that last touchdown, didn't they? Last play of the game.
Well, it was said on the air by the play-by-play guy that touchdown mattered to some people. Yeah. And look, we can look back at the Purdue game, but really it's looking ahead to Penn State. Penn State looked pretty damn good against Maryland. Gator?
Doug?
I am officially announcing that I am breaking up with Maryland.
Oh, is it official now?
I'm done with Maryland.
You've had it with Maryland.
I've had it with Maryland. I've had it with buying. I had bought into the Maryland hype, and I felt all guffy when they were chesty even when they were 5-0, and they are now 5-4. But Penn State looked pretty good. This Michigan-Penn State game is going to be two, I think, exceptionally good defenses. You tell me if you think this is an accurate statement about Michigan, again, on the field, moving forward. Do you think that Michigan will go as far as J.J. McCarthy takes them? That their run game just is what it is. It's not going to be what carries them. That they will go as far as J.J. takes them.
I think that's accurate because if I were teams, I'd probably try to stop the run first. Mm-hmm. And teams have done, I mean, Purdue did it. They totally shut down Blake Corum. I mean, he had 3 touchdowns, but they're all within inside, the 5-yard line. He had less than 3 yards a carry. Donovan Edwards, his struggles continue. He was less than 3 yards a carry. Samaj Morgan goes for 44 yards on a play, and it brings the average up to just over 3 yards a carry in the game. I agree with that. And McCarthy's made great decisions this year. He's really taken his game up to a totally different level.
So the weird thing is JJ, if you look at his stat line, didn't have a bad game. The Michigan passing game was not bad.
No, it was very good.
But the standard they have set is so high that it felt like the Michigan passing game on Saturday night was off a little bit. JJ missed a couple of targets and receivers dropped some passes that I think they would deem catchable.
But if Edwards had gone for the touchdown instead of running out of bounds at the 2-yard line, it would look better on a stat sheet to have at least a touchdown pass in there. But yeah.
But there were a couple of plays that just were kind of off, and but because they've set the bar so high, it feels as if it feels like they had a bad night in some ways, and they didn't at all by any stretch of the imagination. But I was continue to be impressed by their defense. Hudson Card and Purdue, I mean, that air raid, and Graham Harrell came in, the old Texas Tech quarterback, as their offensive coordinator. He's worked with Mike Leach. He's worked with some other offensive coaches. Their names escape me. I don't have my notes in front of me. But
he was a Texas Tech quarterback.
He was a Texas Tech quarterback. He held the Texas State high school passing record.
Yeah, he had ridiculous numbers in high school and in college.
Yep.
He was
anyway,
really something.
But that offense hasn't really taken off. Their defense has given some people problems, and their 2 edge rushers, 5 and 4, Scorton and Jenkins, are pretty good. But, ultimately, I think Michigan's defense and J.J. McCarthy are their strengths going into this stretch run. And weather looks like it's going to be decent in State College. Doesn't look like there's going to be rain or anything like that.
It's colder, but yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be cold, but you can play in a cold. It's whether or not, I think when the wind gets there, it can be a problem.
What do you make of keeping starters in the game? McCarthy played the whole game.
Yep.
In a game that was way out of reach in the fourth quarter. And then obviously it meant something to Michigan to try to stop Purdue from scoring a touchdown at the end. They weren't able to do it, but they still had a bunch of starters out there.
Not defensively. Defensively,
well,
they kind of
on defense. They still had is Graham, the defensive lineman. He was out there, and you still had
the vast majority of players that were playing for that last series were backups. But
Sainristil was out there. Who was beat on the touchdown.
Again, most of the players were backups. But with that said, JJ played in the fourth quarter for the first time this year, and I kind of think they they did it for a reason. I think they wanted to
Get him experience in the fourth quarter?
No, just get him to play a full game. I mean, Blake either only had 4 carries or 4 fourth quarter snaps. And they're about to play 4-quarter football games. So
they definitely are. Which I'm not saying is a negative. I'm just saying it is. I would have been concerned because the game was a little chippy from Purdue's standpoint. I thought there were a couple plays that kind of took some liberties. There was one play where McCarthy got hit and his helmet slammed into the ground. And there was like a series where he just didn't look quite the same. I'm not saying he was concussed, but I mean, he got maybe rattled by getting hit like that. And it is going to be a different environment altogether, which is one of the negatives that you have about the schedule and having blown out teams is that you haven't been tested in the fourth quarter. You haven't had to play guys that much in the fourth quarter.
So we do have a bit of breaking news here from the B1G. We have start times.
Oh, here we go.
Gator, the start times for Week 12 in the Big Ten. Rutgers at Penn State, noon. Michigan State at Iowa, noon or 3:30 or 4.
So they haven't said yet?
No, there's something called a 6-day hold that they can do.
So who is Michigan playing that week?
Maryland.
So that won't really matter. Who's Ohio State playing that week?
Minnesota.
And Penn State is playing?
Rutgers. That's a noon game.
So what are they waiting for?
I don't know. Michigan State, Indiana, noon, 3:30 or 4 on the Big Ten Network. Illinois at Iowa, noon, 3:30 or 4.
On Thursday.
On Fox or Fox Sports 1, yeah. They're going to play it on Thursday, November 12th, 1912.
Yeah.
Michigan at Maryland, noon, 3:30 or 4 on Fox Sports or Fox Sports 1. Purdue at Northwestern, noon, 3:30 or 4. Minnesota at Ohio State, 3:30 or 4. Oh, noon, 3:30 or 4. And then Nebraska at Wisconsin, 7:30. So
why even tweet this out?
I have no idea. I mean,
there's no point. If you don't have the times, don't tweet it out.
Yep.
I mean, you and I could have done that.
We could have done that, the and/ors. They're officially announcing, though. They announced 2 start times. Everything else is
That's all you have to release is the start times of 2 games. That's all you know.
Yep. So, but what we can conclude is that Michigan State, Indiana, and Michigan, Maryland, neither will be a night game.
Well, I'm happy about that.
But they'll be noon, 3:30 or 4. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll get back to some NFL stuff, including second half predictions for the Detroit Lions. A column was written. Are the Lions making the list of teams that can win the Super Bowl? We'll get to that coming up shortly here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump vote still rolling in. Stephen Belleville. This one's interesting. Champ, Belleville football, still undefeated. Chump, everyone that's still hating on the Belleville football team. I am not aware. People hating on the Belleville football team?
Well, Belleville's had a lot of talent for the last several years. I mean, they came back on the scene, and I mean, it's been, 5-6 years since they've just continually put out a bunch of highly rated high school kids.
Mm-hmm.
Has that translated to great college careers just yet? Maybe not as much, but they've certainly taken care of business in high school.
Purdue's leading receiver is Belleville kid.
Yeah.
Trevor and Davidson, Champ of the Red Wings, Chump the Pistons and Monty Williams for still starting Killian Hayes.
I wonder this about the Pistons. I was thinking about this morning. And yes, I happened to be in the shower when I was thinking about this.
Okay.
Is Monty Williams just putting forth like a 10 or 15 game feeling out period? I'm just going to let the guys play. And I'm going to sit back and observe, and I'm going to see who gives the effort, who doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to see who listens to the instruction and who's struggling to listen to the instruction. You know, is it just this feeling out thing? Because obviously Killian Hayes is really good defensively, but offers very little offensively. Jaden Ivey is someone who can offer a lot offensively, and defensively takes chances and gets burned a lot. But that seems to me like that's the obvious thing is why isn't this guy playing over that guy? There has to be a plan behind it, right? Do you think that Monty is just sitting back and watching it unfold for
I think he's giving it some time to breathe.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Champ, Ogunbowale, the Texans for kicking the game-winning field goal. Pretty cool story. Was this the running back? I didn't see this. I heard about it.
It was great. I mean, he kicked it like almost like a legit kicker. It was a 29-yard field goal or something.
Mm-hmm.
But he had to do second half kicking duties because their kicker got hurt.
And then Chump, Michigan fans keep trying to rationalize breaking the rules. It's getting old. That's from Andy at work. I think Michigan fans are asking for due process. Well, I know Michigan is. Some fans, I guess, are doing that. Champ, Aiden Hutchinson. My friend Ryder is 7 years old and has an inoperable brain tumor. He only has a short time left. Somehow, Aiden heard that Ryder was a big Lions fan and Aiden's his favorite player. Aiden made a trip to the hospital to visit with his biggest fan. He was fantastic.
Well, that's awesome. It's awesome for the visit. The other stuff's awful.
Yeah. Whoever sent this, I wish you signed it, but thank you for sharing. Thank you very much for sharing. Chump Lou Holtz, who whenever he left the college program, probation followed for Lou Holtz's actions. He should shut up about Michigan. All right, there you go. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, thanks for all your phone calls and feedback so far. It's a Monday Champ and Chump. We're tallying up the votes, 248-539-9797. We have talked a lot about the Michigan stuff. Looked a little bit on the field next for Michigan against Penn State. Michigan State talked about their win and their continuing coaching search. We asked Lions fans, after this weekend, do you feel better, worse, or the same about what happened? This circles back to Friday's show when we made the point that we asked the question then, who do you want to lose the most? And the number one answer, surprised me, Gator, the number one answer was Minnesota. Well, Minnesota with Josh Dobbs managed to find a way to win. Philly played a game that was, I mean, it might have showed their vulnerabilities. Dallas is good, but do we think Detroit's better than Dallas? Or at least on par with Dallas? If you do, I mean, that was a very winnable game for Dallas. Does it make you feel better Detroit could go to Philly and win if they have to in the postseason? I guess when we got more people saying they wanted Minnesota to lose than they wanted Philadelphia to lose, or Seattle or Dallas for that matter, it was maybe some insight into the way Lions fans feel, like take care of that business first, the NFC North. Still maybe a little bit of looking in the rearview mirror as opposed to, looking ahead at the top of the ladder and what you can go get. But 248-539-9797. After this weekend, Gator, you feel a little bit worse because of the Minnesota situation. They got to win in a very losable game given their quarterback situation, and they might be getting Justin Jefferson back. I actually feel a little bit better because I think that the Philadelphia vulnerabilities are kind of, it just made me feel like, hey, that team can lose at home. Now, they didn't. And, somebody said earlier they're coasting. I don't think Philadelphia is coasting against the Dallas Cowboys. Is there any way that Philly's coasting against the second-place team in their division who, with a win, would have been 6-2 and Philly would have been 7-2?
No, I don't think they were coasting, but was that the worst game Philly's going to play for a while? I mean, is that possible? I mean,
it's possible.
You look at it, and Dak Prescott actually had a hell of a game, considering he's not a road warrior. His quarterback rating for the game, I think, was 115. He threw for well over 300 yards, and he had 3 touchdowns, didn't turn the ball over, and he had a good game, and it wasn't enough for Dallas to get it done. So my concerns are, I mean, if the Lions were to face Philly in the NFC Championship game, Lions aren't going to be favored. It's not like they have a 0% shot of winning.
Right.
But you need to have Jared Goff do what Dak Prescott did, which was be much better on the road than you have been. And that's a concern there. But for me, this could be a very temporary thing. It's not about Philadelphia. No team is unbeatable, and I think Philly is still the class of the NFC. And it's going to be a tough task to try to beat them at home if it's the NFC Championship game. I'm just looking at what could be stumbling blocks along the way. I'd love it if the Lions were to not even be challenged in the last 3 weeks. So those 2 games against the Vikings, you don't have to sweat it. It means nothing. Now, maybe
you want to wrap it up after week 14.
I'd love to wrap it up at that point. Now, maybe that's the wrong attitude to have because you want to be tested going into the playoffs a little bit. And maybe my feelings will change as the season goes on. But for right now, based on what I saw yesterday, because I didn't expect a kid who had 5 days to prepare for an opponent, less than 5 days, was going to be as effective as he was. After starting off horrifically, he was fine. And he is a mobile quarterback, and mobile quarterbacks give the Lions problems. But, I mean, it really doesn't even come into consideration until, week 16 and then week 18.
Feedback at 248-539-9797 regarding the grainy black and white silent film of Iowa and Northwestern.
I got it. I haven't seen that. I got to see
Haven't you?
So it's on our Twitter account.
Yeah, we've tweeted it out.
971.
Iowa beat Northwestern 10-7. Somebody just did it as a silent film, grainy black and white. It's hysterical. Scott writes in, I think I saw President Hoover in the stands.
I think he was.
That he writes, if Iowa plays at Wembley, they will win 2-0. 2-0.
2-0, exactly.
248-539-9797. Okay. The 9 teams that can win the Super Bowl. This is from the Athletic today, and when I printed up the name of the reporter, Chris Beach?
Birch or something?
Chris Birch. The 9 teams that can win the Super Bowl. He lists the best overall teams are the Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Ravens. All 3 had landmark wins yesterday. The Ravens were particularly impressive while blowing out a good Seahawks team. Kansas City beat Miami and Germany. Eagles continue to beat good teams. The list of teams that can also win the Super Bowl. The Jaguars, 6-2. The Dolphins, 6-3. The 49ers, 6-2.
No, they're worse than that. 5-3.
He wrote 6-2, but I think you're right. They are 5-3. The Cowboys, 5-3. The Bengals, 5-3. And the Lions, 6-2.
There you go.
Made the list. We've made the list.
Well, they belong on the list.
I think so.
I think each one of those teams, I guess the one I'm least leery about is Jacksonville. But I think the rest of those teams, you can see how they can get you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Cincinnati started off horribly. That's because the quarterback wasn't healthy. He's gotten healthier and healthier each week. If you watched him play last night, he looks pretty good. Joe Burrow looks like he's back. So that's a team to look out for. We know what Baltimore is. We saw it firsthand. You know the Kansas City stuff. We've seen them firsthand. The Lions beat them in the first week of the season. Don't have to worry about those teams necessarily unless you get to the Super Bowl. It's the NFC teams that you're concerned about.
248-539-9797. Get your phone calls in, your champ and chump votes. We'll continue to tally those up as they continue to roll in. Gio and Wyandotte tweeted us or texted us, not concerned about the Vikings week to week because we face them twice. If we don't beat them, then we don't deserve it. I'm more interested in what Philly is doing as I am in the court of we need home field advantage to have a realistic shot of going to the Super Bowl. Unnamed texter, I think Dobbs' acumen comes from his prowess of studying rocket science. His ability to retain information on the fly seems to serve him well. Minnesota is in the weeds lurking. Bill in Chesterfield, if Dobbs comes off the practice squad and beats the Lions the last 2 or 3 games of a season to knock Detroit out of the playoffs, that is same old Lions. God, we haven't had a same old Lions text in weeks.
Yeah, well.
Jason and Carlton, I'm not worried about the Vikings.
It's a preemptive one, though, and it's not
kind of is, yeah.
Bad.
I'm not worried about the Vikings at all. The Falcons lost all their momentum when Bijan fumbled while they were marching down the field, not to mention all the poor tackling by the Falcons was on clear display. Josh Dobbs has played 1/2 a game against a very bad team. For the love of God, can we please calm down about him?
But that's a game the Vikings should have lost, especially when Dobbs comes in with not knowing his teammates' names, the playbook. They don't even know his cadence. I mean,
they've got an easier schedule coming up.
I'm not me and Gator aren't on some kind of red alert with the Vikings, but they're providing more resistance than we expected, especially when they started 0-3, and then Cousins rallies them to win a few games in a row, but then he gets hurt. So you're like, okay, the Vikings got to be done at this point, and they somehow pull out that win. So I'm more concerned with the Vikings than I was heading into the weekend. I'll say that. I'm not completely concerned, but I see them.
No, you used the good word there, resistance. That's the thing, is it looks like they could provide some resistance. Let these games play out before the Lions have to play Minnesota. It maybe comes down to that game in Week 16 where Lions win that game, they knock Minnesota out of contention.
Interesting. One guy out there that covers the league, I've never really thought of him as pro-Detroit, personally. What he had to say about the second half of the season and what he expects from the Lions was very intriguing. We'll play it for you today at 12:31, plus your phone calls, feedback, champ and chump votes. Anything on your mind? Fair game. Let's go. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you here on a Monday. Let's get back to your open line calls. James, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. I kind of want to go in a different direction to start with my chump. Everybody's been, getting Eduardo Rodriguez. I'm gonna do Javier Baez for not opting out. As my chump.
I like it.
I'm not really worried about Minnesota. I go back to the game last year when Baker came in and made the Rams look like world beaters, and then everybody knew what to expect, and he just kind of fell off. I kind of expect the same thing with Dobbs. You say that he didn't know the players' names and everything, but the other team wasn't prepared to play that guy either. So I think that's not going to be an issue. I'm more concerned. My biggest worry is Dallas. I don't think the Lions match up well with Dallas. Dallas kind of handled them last time they played in Dallas, and we got to go back to Dallas. So that's my biggest concern.
Well, I think it's important. You bring that up. I would hope that the Lions, because they got to stay a game ahead of Dallas, so that the result of that game doesn't matter. I suspect Dallas will be favored in that game, but if Detroit can take care of business over the next couple of weeks, the Chargers on the road. I don't know if I should say if it even matters if the Chargers are at home. I guess it probably doesn't. They're a second fiddle in a town that doesn't care about the first fiddle.
Right.
So,
right. Well, this should be the biggest worry. The two teams that we are going to have to face at home in the playoffs, if we win the division, is going to be either Seattle or Dallas. Both of those teams have handled us.
It very well could be. I mean, it very well could be. It could be. I mean, right now, you look at the stand. It's way too early to call, but if it's one of those two teams, the most recent samples we have didn't go well for Detroit. So, and I mean, and Dak Prescott, no, he's not the same quarterback away from home, but I would bet the dome versus outdoor, indoors versus outdoor stats are probably more in favor of Dak Prescott than just home versus road, right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, any quarterback can have a good game, can have a bad game. We've seen this. But when you're playing on the road, and we're talking about an NFC championship game scenario, likely. I mean, maybe it just happens in the playoffs. It's a good place to start off that your team's good enough to get to that level.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to. I can't look at Jared Goff and say just because he's been hit or miss on the road that he's going to definitely be miss if they meet up in a championship game. You don't know that.
Yep.
Just like we said with Dak. I mean, Dak was terrible on the road, and then he goes out and has a heck of a game yesterday.
He did play pretty well. I mean, he did make some throws.
This is why, though, getting the 2 seed or the 1 seed is so important for the Lions, because he brings up a good point to caller. Like, if they just win their division and they're not the 1 or 2 seed, hosting Seattle or Dallas is no cakewalk. I mean, that is we obviously know what Seattle can do to us in Ford Field, right?
Yep.
And Dallas in the Dome, it's not outside like you said, Doug.
Exactly.
They got players,
it's like home
man.
sweet home for
Yeah, Dak can play. CeeDee Lamb. Tony Pollard's been down this year, but he's definitely can run the ball. I mean, we would know what Micah Parsons and that defense has. Those two teams, I kind of want to avoid. So get a higher seed. Yeah, I do want to look ahead. I don't want a tough game. I don't want resistance, Gator. I don't want any resistance.
I don't want resistance. Yeah, right.
But hold on. But if we believe that the Detroit
Why is there
Lions are good,
right now?
if we believe they're good, they can beat good teams.
Sure.
You know what it is?
That
Kay?
wasn't convincing at all.
Here's what it is. The season's starting to move on. We got to see everybody else play yesterday but our team. And now we're starting to get towards the second half of the season here in the real territory that, all right, our team is good. But how good are they? Every little thing we're going to scrutinize and say, I don't know about this. I don't know about that. They got a hole here. They got a hole there. That's why I'm waiting to see who's going to be on the roster on game day when they take on the Chargers on Sunday afternoon.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Mike is next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
My champ is Harlan. It was just good to see. Good guy. Not the head coach for State, but it was just good to see. My chump is Santa Ono. He, I think his blind loyalty towards Harbaugh the last couple of years has created a lot of issues. with the program, whether it's the Mazzie Smith. He just seems to be a fanboy and look the other way. But I tell you what, I give him credit for changing the narrative of this whole scandal, in that he's basically saying Harbaugh didn't know, so don't punish us. When we all know that there's enough evidence there for at least an interim punishment on Harbaugh, given what's transpired with 36. What he visited 36 different games and such.
But
so yeah, I give him credit for changing the narrative. But yeah, to me, he's just too much of a fanboy, and he's allowing Harbaugh to run the ship, which I think is not good in the long run.
Thanks, Mike. 248-539-9797. Sit tight. Let's go to Martin next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Martin.
My boys.
Hey, Martin.
Bro, sorry about last week, man. I had a client, man. You guys kept me on hold too long.
Oh, yeah. When we went to you three separate times.
3 times, Martin. 3 times.
Bro, everybody calling and texting me, but I couldn't do nothing because the phone was on.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you idiot. Don't say nothing stupid. You're on the radio.
Mm-hmm. 3 times we went to you, and all 3 times
Martin.
you were in another conversation.
Yeah.
My boy, sorry, man. What's good?
Well,
how about that Monday Night W?
That was fun.
So
yes,
long
it
ago.
was a week ago.
Yes, sir, but I couldn't get on last week, technical problems.
You could have. There was nothing technical. You just
Busy
chose
at
not to.
work.
Yeah.
No, dog, Gator.
No,
Come on, Gator.
here's the thing. If you're going to be on, then hang up the phone. Call back when you have a chance.
I know, but I thought it was going to be quick. I put it down, and all of a sudden a client walked in, and it was over.
At what point during the 45 minutes that we kept going back to did you realize it wasn't quick?
After the first few, man,
All right.
I realized that. I forgot I had it on.
All right, what's on your
My
mind?
boys,
Yes.
2 seed, baby. 2 seed in the NFC. Huh? You like that?
I
like 1 seed better.
I do. I think it's possible. I got my hopes higher.
I swear I thought the Cowboys were going to put it to the Eagles last night so we could wake up with the 1 seed in the NFC.
Well, the Eagles have 5 games ahead right now. They're a 5-game stretch. Actually, they're in a 6-game stretch when you count what happened yesterday. This is a tough stretch of games if you're an Eagles fan, and it's one that you would think that they're not going to go 6-0 during that stretch. Now they're 1-0 in that stretch, but I mean, it's not crazy to think they could split it at 3-3 and
For
really
sure.
open things up in the NFC.
For sure. My boys, I'm hyped, dog. Gator, you coming in for a haircut or what, man?
I could use one. I
Let's go. We gotta talk
had a
about
really
dog
bad
meat.
hair day yesterday, man.
I'm not going to see you, Martin. I'm not going to be coming in for a haircut. I've actually perfected the art of cutting my own hair.
I know. Well, I'm not going to charge you guys anyway, so it doesn't matter.
The skill set it takes to get this done, it's not deep.
I mean, your body's kind of taking care of half that.
Body's helping, yeah. I just
You just gotta
gotta do the rest. It's working out. It's working out reasonably well. Save a little bit of money. Get my hair cut whenever I want. I know my barber's always available.
Just cover it in milk and let the cat lick it off. It's another way to get it done.
Yeah, not doing that.
What's your cat noise you make?
You know, it's funny because typically I will cut my own hair, shave my own head. I got clippers and take it right down, and then the wife comes and touches it up if I missed anywhere. This weekend she wasn't available. I did the whole thing solo.
Look at you!
And when I got done,
not even in Australia you can. Do
I told her later I did the whole thing solo, and she looked at me and she said,
"Yes, you did."
No, she said, "Actually, you did a pretty good job."
Oh,
yeah. And she has had to touch up less and less and less.
Does that mean because you have less hair, or because you've gotten better?
No,
at it?
funny guy. No, funny guy. It doesn't actually. I mean, if it just stopped growing and was like this all the time, I'd be perfectly fine with it. But, no, I've just gotten better at taking care of business.
I had a horrible
nice,
hair day.
clean. Did you?
It was horrible.
You know, if you just shave it all off, and you never have a horrible hair.
I said to a friend, I'm maybe I'm just going to get a buzz cut. I was so pissed.
There you go. There you go.
And then I realized it's just one day out of the last 1,000 I've had that.
1,000. Wow. Humble
This
brag.
guy.
Wow. Jeez.
All right, more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. And I've never thought this guy is like a Lions lover or anything. Kang, am I wrong? Does he like the Lions?
I I think he doesn't hate him.
Okay.
He doesn't hate him.
Well, you'll hear what he has to say coming up today at 12:35. 97.1. Okay. So we're a little late getting to this. I don't mean on the show. I guess it was said a little bit earlier than recently. But this is Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. And he was talking about the Lions in lieu of what they did last Monday night to the Vegas Raiders. Which, by the way, that win kind of aged well when Vegas went out and win. Now everybody's blaming one person for that, the old coach for that loss. But
do they not like Josh McDaniels?
No, apparently not. I did see something on social media, I think it was from Deadspin, that said someday scientists are going to have to explain how the Patriots did what they did with these people. But
because Belichick's the coach. That's why.
Yeah, and Brady's the quarterback, and maybe that's all it takes is elite coach, elite quarterback, and all the rest of the pieces are interchangeable. But here we go. This is Mike Florio talking about the Lions. (14-3).
Yeah, they could.
Yep. Now, that implies another loss along the way.
Which he's saying could be Dallas.
Yeah. 14-3, you'd take every single time. I'd take 13-4. I would probably take 12-5 right now. Even though I look at the schedule and think they should do better than that. Would you take 12-5?
Well, 12-5 was my prediction before the season, so I'll take it.
So you mix in 3 losses the rest of the way against the Chargers, the Bears twice, the Packers, the Saints, the Broncos, the Vikings twice, and the Cowboys. Yeah, I'd probably take 12-5. But at this point, anything less than 12-5?
I want less. Don't talk about 11.
Mm-hmm.
We start with a 12 and move up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but he's playing a schedule game. I don't think he's giving the Lions. I don't think he's throwing flowers at the Lions, bouquets at the Lions. I mean, when they got their asses handed to them, is what he said. Which he's not incorrect with that.
Yep.
All he's saying is that the rest of the schedule kind of blows, and they're going to have a chance to be 14-3. I don't think he's saying anything good about the Lions other than they're better than the opponents on their schedule.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Sean. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Sean.
Boy, is this talk just disappointing me all the way around. So the team is not just good, it's very good. And there's a simple explanation for that. You said you'd take 14-3, right, Doug?
Mm-hmm. Well, of course.
You already got it. What are we in our last 18?
14-4.
We're 14-4. That's wins at home. That's wins on the road. That's wins against bad teams, mediocre, great teams. That's decisive win after decisive win. I mean, what other measurement do you need? I mean, the expectation should be that this team is going to continue on that same trajectory because they've already proven they can do it. That's what I think.
What I like, and thanks for the call, Sean, what I like about that is that it's 14-4. That it started with an 8-2 run last year, and they've continued that to be a 6-2 run to start the season this year. And you're right, and so is Florio. Then we've said it a million times. The schedule in the second half is completely different than what it was in the first half of the season. You're not playing the fierce competition that you were. It's still the NFL. You still have to show up, and you got to win those games, and it might be a game that they get tripped up that you wouldn't expect them to. But, yeah, I think having a baseline with me, I'll speak for myself, having a baseline expectation of finishing off 12-5, I don't think that's outrageous, and I don't think it's outrageous to think that this team could go 14-3 and anywhere in between.
Hey, Florio, who's had the toughest schedule thus far, right? The Lions have, right? So, and we're 6-2. And those 4 losses in the 14-4, 2 of them could have gone either way as well. We got beat twice in the last 18 games decisively.
Got hammered twice, yeah. I mean, hammered against Carolina last year and hammered against Baltimore this year, yeah.
And any team would love to, even dynasty teams from the past, would, if you look at stretches, they're right about there, right? 14-4 with only 2 decisive losses. You can look at just about any franchise that's been successful. The team is great. It's very good.
Now, just to clarify something, too, because, Sean, Doug, you said you'd take 14-3. No, I'd be ecstatic with 14-3. Right. I'd be very happy with 13-4. I would take 12-5.
I think what I'm excited about with this team moving forward is if they can stay healthy. If they stay healthy, we're going to see a team that we haven't seen yet. Because we haven't seen the offensive line fully intact for any elongated period of time.
Nope.
We haven't seen C.J. Gardner-Johnson since, week 2 when he got hurt against Seattle here? So he's rumored to be coming back. I think getting a couple of these guys, getting Jonah Jackson back would be the offensive line I was talking about, and Gardner-Johnson back is going to be helpful. Having more experience under the belt of the rookies, that's going to help. Getting David Montgomery back is going to help.
Yeah, but the injury thing is that's the NFL.
Yeah, it is the NFL.
Look at the Niners. They'd love to have Debo and Trent Williams back, right?
Yeah.
And I bet you when they're healthy, that's a scary team.
Which is why you maneuver through what you have. In the Lions they've dealt with injuries and they're 6-2. San Francisco's dealt with injuries and they're 5-3.
I don't think you're ever healthy. Your levels of unhealthy.
Exactly.
But what you got to keep the quarterback upright.
That's the real key. I mean, healthy quarterback is what you really hope for in this league. Everything else is, you're right, Doug, it's levels of healthiness, and it's not fully healthy ever. But I know they're 14-4 in their last 18, but you can't look at it like that. They're 6-2 this year, and that's how I look at it.
They're 0-0.
Week to week, right? No, but this league will humble you quick. Nick Bosa said it. Many guys have said it. So, yeah, I'll take 13-4. They lose only 2 games the rest of the schedule. I'll take it.
We just got something posted on Twitch. I just looked over, and Corby Love said, I feel Doug's hair pain.
I don't think you're having hair pain.
I am in no pain.
No, Doug has accepted this many years ago.
Yeah.
I personally love not having any hair. I'm perfectly fine with it. If I tell you where it would be an issue, if my wife was like, I'm like, damn it, do I got to get plugs?
A little late to do that.
Yeah, it is, but she likes it. I like it. I have no pain. I'm perfectly. My favorite is when I get to take it all off and it starts to grow back, and I'll take it all off again.
Listen, it's acceptable these days, right? It's totally different. I'm not saying this to placate you. I'm saying it's a good look. I like this look on you.
I don't know that. Are you sure you're not just a little bit?
No,
Okay.
Look, we've been working together for over 17 years now on this show.
Yeah.
We've known each other for 20 years.
Yeah, when we started, you had hair.
I had hair. Yeah.
He had more hair than he has
I tell you
now.
what, there was one funny moment in as long as we've known each other, and I know you were there, Kang. I doubt you were there. We were out at, was it Roosevelt's? Wasn't that a bar?
Yeah. Yep.
We were sitting around.
It used to be there. It's not there anymore.
And it was you, me, and a couple other people from the station. I can't remember who. And there was a waitress there, and the conversation started, blah, blah. And then she said, somebody quickly just said to her, well, which one at the table do you think looks the oldest? She did not hesitate. Immediately went, that guy right there, and pointed at me. And I'm like, do I? And she's like, yeah, clearly. And I'm like, clearly?
I know, it was 15 years ago. It's a long time ago.
But no, I have no hair pain. I really actually like it. Hey, to each their own, right? But I will just say, guys, if it's starting to fall out,
it's okay.
I waited way too long. Just take it all off.
I think Van Pelt says, just come home.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, just come home, man. Don't worry. Come on home. Shave it all off.
It's when I finally did it, I was like, I should have done this years ago. But hey, man, to each their own. I'm afraid to give people advice because if they take it off and then they don't like it, they'll be mad at me. But
most of it will grow back.
I better be careful.
No, but it's commonplace today. Michael Jordan made it normal.
Yep.
It's cool. It's okay.
Yep.
It's okay, fellas.
Yep.
If it's going, let it go, and you're fine.
248-539-9797. Hey, this is Doug Carson. I want to talk to you about Hall Financial. I have unique perspectives because, well, I've had an opportunity to work with Hall Financial. And what I like the most about them, first of all, getting the best rate. Secondly, it was quick and easy. They gave me a short checklist, and they took it from there. And I remember my first time when I had to finance a house, I felt like I was sitting there forever. Hall Financial, again, they made it quick and easy. They're committed to their clients' best interest. If a refinance or other mortgage solution doesn't make financial sense for you, they'll let you know. Chances are your home equity is at an all-time high. It's an ideal time to utilize your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt or make home improvements. Accessing your home's equity has never been cheaper. With Hall Financial's no-fee home loan, you can save thousands in closing costs and access your home's equity in 8 days or less. Start saving with Hall Financial's cash-out refi today by calling 866-CALL-HALL. That's 866-CALL-HALL. Or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, college basketball tonight.
Yeah.
So here's what's
State,
interesting.
James Madison.
Michigan State plays James Madison tonight. Michigan plays UNC Asheville tomorrow. Okay? And these games, you see James Madison, UNC Asheville, and you go, okay, whatever. James Madison is the favorite to win the Sun Belt Conference. UNC Asheville is the favorite to win the Big South. So if nothing else, all right, these two games have that feel of, if you do make the big dance, they have the feel of like your first round opponent. Right? These are two teams from the mid-majors, Gator, or as you like to call them.
Crap conferences.
Yeah, that are expected to win their conferences. And if they do, I think obviously Michigan State is expecting to be in the dance. Michigan, we'll see. But these have the feel of those first-round games. But then the other thing is, for a team like Michigan that needs to build its resume, if they're going to beat a team like UNC Asheville, which doesn't feel like a big win, if they go on to have one of those 24-5 seasons and win their conference, it could age well for them. Michigan State getting into the tournament seems like a given. So, but it's still, it means it's more of a test than on paper for both of them than you just see small teams. But these are two good teams from small conferences.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's all the timing, and you've seen these teams make the tournament every once in a while. So, yeah, I don't take it for granted. Michigan State's got a pretty good team this year on paper. See how they do on the court. I think that they've, what Tom Izzo's been able to do with getting players to stick around typically. You'll have your one and dones. You'll have guys that leave after 2 years. But for the most part, these players stick around. And, Tyson Walker leading the way for this team. I'm excited about what's at the end of the line for this squad.
248-539-9797. We have not yet given the Red Wing game from the weekend enough attention. We will do that next hour. It's open lines, though. Anything on your mind? Fair game. Let's get back to your calls. Bob is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hey, good afternoon.
What's up?
Nice to talk to you guys. We were talking about the Lions, and the only thing I'm concerned about when it comes to them is, was it last year the Lions went to New England and got beat by a quarterback named Zappe? Was that last year?
Yeah.
Or the year before?
I think it was last year, right? Bailey Zappe beat him last year.
Yeah, and that's what I'm concerned about. When you talk about the Bears and the Vikings and the Packers, the Lions in the past had a tendency to play down to the level of their competition. And I know that a lot of the players on those teams are not on this year's team. I get it. But still, that's what kind of concerns me. But I've just got hope and faith in Dan Campbell that he's going to not let that happen.
You just did something. You kind of approached the topic in a different way than many. But the one thing you just said is, in the past, if we take a historical perspective and draw current day conclusions, then the Lions are guaranteed to let us down. If you're going to go back and say in the past, then nothing is going to work.
I get it.
Have they done it?
I get it, because it's not the same coach, it's not the same players, but it's just, let's face it, I'm not talking about the distant past. I'm talking about last year.
Okay, but let's start after, they started 1-6.
Yeah, if you were going to use, I would have used the game against Carolina.
After the 1-6 start, their losses have come against Buffalo, which was a pretty good team last year. Ugly loss to Carolina. Then they lost to Seattle, and they lost to Baltimore. Okay, so they have lost to only 3 of the 4 teams they've lost to are very good. Very good. So, and then they're winning games by double digits this year. I would say your fears, when you take a historical look at it, they'll let you down. But in after the 1-6 start last year, they've been a completely different animal. And that's probably more relevant information for what's going to happen next. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, but I guess it's because my background is in insurance, and when you're an insurance agent, you have to prepare for the worst. So I guess that's where my mindset is. I guess there's no need for people to be as pessimistic as I am, but that's just the way I'm wired. So you guys have a good day. Thanks for taking my call.
Take care. Thank you for a phone call. 248-539-9797.
Well, at least he admits he's a pessimist.
Yep. I mean,
Well, you don't have to be
safe.
an eternal optimist either.
No,
I mean, just try to look at it logically and, does this team resemble more of the team we've seen in the last 18 games? Or does this team resemble more of the team we saw in the first 7 games last year?
I think it's clearly who they've been the last 18 games, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, that game against the Patriots was horrible. There was nothing redeemable that came out of that game. They didn't run the ball, didn't throw the ball. Goff threw a pick. He had a fumble in that game. Bailey Zappi was deadly accurate, 17 out of 21 in the game. They ran the ball for 176 yards against the Lions. That was part of the Lions team that, couldn't stop the run. It's a different team now. Now this team has gotten better. They do stop the run. They are good against the pass. They do have an offense that throws up at least 20 points a game in every game since that one against the Patriots, but one. And that would have been the Ravens game.
You go back to that day that the Lions lost to New England and how bad that was.
That was pretty bad.
Yep.
Dropped into 1-4 on the year, and the Patriots were 2-3.
Think about where those two teams have gone from that day. Are the Patriots the worst team in football right now?
I think they're one of the 4 worst teams in football. I mean, they'll battle it out to see who's the worst. Arizona's probably the worst.
Arizona's got the number 1 pick, I believe, right now.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought the Patriots
are the worst team in the AFC right now.
I thought the Patriots would beat Washington yesterday, and they were unable to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, think about it. That 1-4 start, Dan Campbell, you get shut out by Bailey Zappi. People wanted him fired. To now, I think he might be the front runner for Coach of the Year.
He is.
Talk about, 180.
That's pretty remarkable. That day was that was a low.
Yeah.
That was a dark day.
Yep.
It was a dark day. It was a dark day against Carolina. I remember the Carolina game was even worse because that was you got to have this game. Carolina's terrible. They are one of the worst teams in the NFL. They just traded away. They just traded away McCaffrey.
They fired their coach.
Yeah, they had nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you run for 300 yards against the Lions or whatever it was. Awful.
Well,
and then in hindsight, that's the game that prevented them from making the playoffs.
So something else that did happen yesterday is just one of those things. It's a reminder of how tenuous your situation can be. Not because of what happened to this guy, but just because it can happen. Daniel Jones tore his ACL yesterday and is out for the season. I think that's 9 starting quarterbacks now that have been lost for the year.
Let's hope it stops there.
That's the hold your breath fact that
every team is facing
that. I mean, and it's not just, you can look at a whole ton of teams that can't afford that, but obviously that's the scary reality of the NFL. It's the scary part of this whole equation.
So that's 9 that are gone for the year.
I think off the top of my head. Let me think about it here.
I think it was something like, Doug, 9 or 10 rookie quarterbacks have started a game this year.
Yeah. I mean,
rookie quarterbacks, not just your backup, like rookie. And that doesn't have to be all from different teams. So
it's scary. It's scary how many quarterbacks are. It's a hard position to play and to last.
Very hard.
Yep.
Very hard to do that. Well, let's see. You got the Jets have gone through it. The Colts,
Minnesota
has gone through it.
Yep.
The Raiders gone through it. Jimmy G's gone.
Mm-hmm. Daniel Jones, obviously the Giants.
Yeah, Daniel Jones. That's 5.
Kyler Murray. I don't know if he wasn't lost this year, but
right.
he's still out.
You're better off going through divisions and doing this. Did you mention?
Yeah, I just walked, went all the way through. The Bears are another one. Yeah, there you go. But he's not done for the year. He could.
No, but
Stafford was out yesterday too. There have been starting quarterbacks. Maybe that's what it is. 9 starting quarterbacks that you expect.
Maybe that's what it is.
But either way, that's a lot.
Yep.
And when it comes time for it's likely to happen. You hope that you've got capable backups, and you hope that the injury, whatever is suffered, is not a long-term one.
All right, local writer, second half predictions for the Lions. We'll get to the Red Wings. Of course, open lines, anything on your mind, fair game. But we will get in that Red Wing win over Boston, their first loss of the year. How about that? Came courtesy of our Red Wings.
That's right.
We'll do that at 105 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you here on a Monday. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Charlie. You're next. Hi, Charlie.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Can you hear me okay on this Bluetooth?
We got you. We got
okay,
you.
Great. So, by the way, I think it'd be great if Torkelson won that Silver Slugger Award. Maybe he's a long shot, but I'm down in Arizona with my wife here. We moved here a few years ago, and he's a local hero down here, even though he plays for Detroit.
Oh, that's cool.
Wait, played college there. So.
Champion, yes, right. champ and chump. Gator, you are both my champ and my chump.
Here we go.
You're my champ because I think I've listened to it 4 times. Your Arnold, Austrian reporter, Travis Kelce, press conference while I was waxing the car. That was just perfect.
Thank
and
you.
your Caputo's spot on too.
Yeah, but out of practice my Caputo lately, but I do what I can. Thank you.
You still got the A, the whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Chump, I was a little disappointed on Friday, and I didn't go to Michigan. I didn't go to Michigan State. Godson went to Michigan State. Most of my family went to U of M. I went to a little school in Wisconsin on the black sheep. But Karsh, I think, had Urban Meyer coming to state at 4%. I think Kang had, what did he say? Whatever's below 0.
Yeah.
Probability. And I think you were at 51%, you said, because of.
In the middle of the week, yes.
reports.
Yeah, more towards the middle
Was
of
it
the week.
middle of the week?
Yeah, it wasn't on Friday's show.
All right, because I was thinking, and that's okay, but whether it's Blenny or you or Wojo on the other side, perhaps, whatever, I just always feel better when someone says, and there might be a little institutional bias in this, in what I'm saying or whatever. We all like to think we're fair and balanced, I guess, but so I'm not calling you out on a prediction, I suppose, but
You
I was
kinda
like,
are.
I don't.
All right.
But
I'll live.
I didn't think I heard you say, there might be a little MSU in that prediction. So,
Well, I think what I said was I have no sources. I said it's mostly my gut on this and trying to read the tea leaves and seeing what was going on with what people were reporting, and I don't think frankly, when people throw percentages of stuff, it means very little unless you have a very high percentage or very low percentage. If someone says, I think there's a 60% chance of that happening, what does that really mean? I mean, in the end, it's still a flip of the coin.
You're saying there's a chance and a 6 out of 10 chance or a 3 out of 5 chance.
But it doesn't matter because if it doesn't happen, you can always fall back and say, well, hey, look, guys, I told you it was a 60% chance. It's a 40% chance it doesn't work.
We get stuff wrong. Get used to it. It'll happen again. But I mean, I don't know if the door is completely slammed. You've backed off that today.
The door feels like it's pretty much shut, but we'll see.
I mean,
I feel pretty confident that it's shut, but it's all right. Yeah, what I do think is that Michigan State will have a decent pool of candidates to sift through, and I hope that they get it done sooner rather than later. But the season's going to be done here in a few weeks anyway.
Yeah,
so basically a very short window here.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where it's hiring and firing season, and the thing I really still think that if college football had strong leadership, they would have literally a hiring and firing season. I guess you could fire
You don't
somebody
think college football has strong leadership? That's news.
There was like some sort of commish that ran the whole thing that could say, hey, because of recruiting and because kids commit and sign binding letters, that there should be a commitment from a school that will be their coach that they play for, and try and figure those things out and have them align. But 248-539-9797. Okay, we said we get to it. We've kind of ignored it, but I know there's a hungry fan base for Red Wing talk. 5-4 over Boston. After trailing 2-0 and trailing 3-2, they come back and they win this game over a team that was undefeated, considered one of the best in the National Hockey League. That was nice. And the Red Wings went through a stretch there where things weren't trending in the right direction, and now they've won 2 of 3, and they're back to second place in the Atlantic Division.
Right where they belong.
Well, you were the one that said playoffs. I wasn't buying into that, but I mean, we're almost a month in.
12 games.
So I'm pretty pleased. I think everybody should be pretty pleased. That was a nice win. And looking back at the way the game went, I mean, there was the weird goal that Husso gave up to start the game where the puck dropped right down in front of him, and somehow, some way, between lowering his glove to covering the puck with nobody on him, he missed it. I still don't know what happened. Anyway, they get behind 2-0, and then Lucas Raymond with a snipe, and Wallman got off a rocket with 1 second left in a power play that makes a scrub beer league player like myself insanely jealous one-timer that was just perfectly placed.
Wallman's got a heavy shot.
Yeah. And then the Larkin goal, I gave him my champ of the weekend because of the circumstances surrounding it. End of a minute, 24-second shift. Guy draped all over him. Comes in and finishes the play. And then I actually do think they got a little puck luck at the end of that game with the first. It was a Perron that fanned on the shot, and then everybody went down, and he re-triggered and scored. Yeah. And the second one that went off the crossbar right to Kopp. Just perfect bounce for the Red Wings. But whatever. They put themselves in that position. They got the win.
Yeah, look, they got off to a lightning start, right? I mean, particularly DeBrincat and Larkin together. Things have calmed down significantly with those two, but it's still nice to see that both of them are still better than point a game. 17 points for Larkin, 14 for DeBrincat, and DeBrincat's got the 9 goals in the 12 games, and all that looks good. Mo Seider's been steady as it comes, and I think he's actually improved, maybe even a lot. I just can't get enough of Mo Seider on the ice. I think he's great. But this is a long way to go. It's 12 games out of 82.
I know.
Only 70 left.
I know.
And that's hockey, though. But you got look. We talked about the beginning of the schedule being very difficult. They're navigating through this difficult schedule, and they're playing pretty well.
Yep.
I like it.
Well, and then like the DeBrincat Larkin thing was unsustainable. The power play percentage was unsustainable. And as they've come back to earth, getting 2 or 3 wins and winning 2 of the last 3, I think was pretty important. As they settle in to being more likely what they're going to be.
Well, and one of the question marks that this team is going to have for the rest of the year is the goaltending, and Reimer's been very good. 152 goals against average, a 944 save percentage in 4 games. That's pretty good. You compare that to Husso, who's played twice as many games, 337 goals against, 896 save percentage. Those aren't great numbers. So we'll see if Derek Lalonde decides to give more time and more starts to Reimer or not.
Is it Reimer or Reimer?
I don't know.
That was Reimer.
248-539-9797. What do you make of Lucas Raymond? Where are you with Lucas Raymond right now? Because I don't know who the kid was for Boston, the rookie they have, who's got like 5 goals. And Raymond kind of got off to that start last year, and then when it was rookie year, cooled off, and I feel like he's coming back here a little bit.
Yeah, he is. I think he started off maybe a little slow, and then he's come on lately, Raymond. So getting a chance to play with DeBrincat and Larkin, you're going to score. You're going to score the puck, and you're also going to get points because those guys are going to score. Does he belong in that top line? I think right now he does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, keep going at it, and if it still clicks, it still clicks. What I like is this team's got some depth. Got different guys you can plug and play, and they're going to play in different situations. It's a fun team to watch. It's still a fun watch. Whereas we talked about the Pistons before, the first few games in the season, I was saying the Pistons are kind of fun to watch. They're becoming less fun to watch.
Yeah.
Because the defense isn't there anymore. They're not playing the defensive style. They're taking on teams that don't look great on paper, and yet they're losing to those teams. They're giving up huge point totals now. And offensively, it's a struggle to find where's the offense coming outside of Cade. There's still guys I want to see. Love watching Jalen Duren, but I don't know. It's a frustrating start, I guess, for the Pistons.
I am debating doing something that I'm not sure if it pays any dividends whatsoever, but I feel like somebody's got to do it, and it might as well be me. I'll explain today at 1:18. Plus your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump, last chance to get those votes in. We also have these beat writer predictions for the second half of the Lions season. Want to get to this hour. Hey, happy hour at Twin Peaks. It's the best happy hour in town from 2 to 6 and 10 to close, Monday through Thursday. They offer some of the best deals on food, beers, and shots. There's no better way to take the edge off than from a long day than with the beautiful company of the Twin Peaks girls, satisfying your cravings, starting with the shot and a beer for about $8. Pair it with some hand-breaded and cooked-to-order mozzarella cheese bites and the crispy mini tacos, and you're out there spending less than $20. How about that? They've extended their hours, too, so you can enjoy the late-night happy hour while you're watching football New York, San Diego tonight. Be sure to visit your favorite lodge tomorrow for Red Wing ticket giveaway. Each lodge is offering up 2 pairs of Wings tickets between 7 and 9. Stop by for your chance to win swag and enjoy $15 Labatt Blue Light buckets. Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Again, those great happy hours, the late night happy hours, perfect for late night football watching tonight and Thursday especially. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com to find a location nearest you. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Stefan. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Stefan.
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
Good, thank you.
Good. Well, big win for the Wings. Two key points for the Wings that I'm pretty excited about, and a little bit of concern over Husso, as you guys mentioned his stats. Still early. I think the defense will continue to grow together as a unit and get better. Hopefully that, results in, some better stats for Husso. He doesn't look as sharp as he did last year, that's for sure. Now, Compher, I didn't love the signing when it happened this year, but he looks very valuable. He matches up with the top 2 lines of the other teams. He brings that sandpaper that we didn't have, and on top of that, the guy can absolutely score. I was a little nervous thinking he got a lot of his points playing next to Rantanen over the last 2 years there in Colorado, but he is worth every penny that we're paying him so far. And I think Wallman's another really bright spot. I mean, we know how good Wallman can be, but we're really starting to see it with the goal scoring from him this year. So I'm excited for as long as we have him. Probably won't be able to re-sign him because he's going to cash in here after his deal's up in 2 years, but liking what I see, and I think we're probably, likely a third seed to finish up in the Atlantic, in my opinion, but playoffs, let's go, baby.
Well, I like what they have on a power play. When you're thinking you can put Seider on the power play, bring out Wallman, Gostisbehere, all three of those guys have such high offensive capabilities. It's nice to be able to roll those guys out and maybe to rely on other people just to be defensive.
It's funny. He brings up Kopfer as the player that he's happier now than he was when they signed him. My guy's Gostisbehere. I'm happier now than I was when they signed him.
Yeah, Ghost looked awesome, and I was unsure what he would look like when we brought him in too. He's bounced around a little bit, and that guy on the point, that shot, I mean, it's a perfect fit. So I'm excited to see what that unit's going to continue to produce for us. And this team looks as good as any in the division. I mean, why not us, baby? Why not us?
I'll give you another name. For me, it's Sprong.
Yeah.
Didn't expect him to be off to a start like this. I mean, oftentimes when you get players that were decent with other teams, but they're going to get an opportunity to maybe play more here, we haven't seen it translate as well. Like the Andrew Kopp has been slow to get up to the speed where I think Red Wing fans were hoping he was going to be. Maybe Perron was kind of like the same way. But the guys we mentioned have all hit the ground running pretty well.
Well,
or hit the ice skating.
At this point, it's been a bit of a fun watch. 248-539-9797. Okay, said we get to this. This is from Colton Pouncey. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I said we get to something I'm trying to decide how much I'm going to care about. I think
you care about Colton Pouncey, though.
I do care about Colton Pouncey. Great job, Colton. The NBA in-season tournament. Do I go all in for the NBA in-season tournament?
Well, sure. It's easy to understand. I mean, we all know what's going on, right? It's not like it's some sort of secret society of an in-season tournament. It's all out in the open.
Or does it feel exactly like it's a secret society?
You need a password to get into the arena.
Like if you could name the teams in the Pistons in-season tournament division, I feel like I should give you like $100 if you could pull that out.
Wow. How many are there?
I'm not telling you.
I'm gonna
say the less than 0% chance Gator gets this.
I'll go 4%.
Gator, you 51?
I think I'm more side with Kang.
And that's not a knock. I couldn't get it either.
So you got the Pistons. I'm just listening to teams.
All right.
Indiana. Chicago. Cleveland. Hello, Cleveland. Toronto. Milwaukee. I don't even know. I have no idea how many teams are even in this thing. In each division, whatever.
Yeah. They're groups, I think.
Yeah, groups. There we go. Group. Yeah, I don't know. I'll stop there.
Okay.
I'll quit while I'm not ahead.
Well, there are 5 teams in each group. You named 5 teams.
I named 6, I think, but
I think you only named 5.
All right. Was I close?
The Pistons are in it.
Yeah.
Cleveland's in it.
Okay.
Indiana's in it.
Here we go.
And that's all you got.
Not bad.
No, Kang, do you care to guess the other 2 in the Pistons group?
Nope.
No.
I'll go Bulls.
He said
Bulls. I already said Bulls.
Did you? Bears.
And the San Francisco Giants. And Manchester United.
Obviously.
Yeah. The others.
Memphis?
No, it's not Humphus.
Lake Superior State.
Colorado College of Mines?
It's Detroit, Cleveland, Indiana, Atlanta, and Philly. Now, they have done one thing smart with this deal. When you are playing an in-season tournament game,
Well, keeping the teams clumped together geographically is not one of them, but okay.
It's based on like I think last year's records or something.
but what they're doing is they're putting when you see the teams playing on one of those wacko courts,
Then you know it's
an in-season tournament.
this game means more. Is what you're saying.
It has like the trophy in the middle or something.
Yep.
So yeah, that's how you know it's an in-season. That's what another thing I don't get about this. Just suspend the league and do it like, hey, this 2 weeks is the in-season tournament instead of doing it, and they're doing it every Tuesday and Friday or something. Like I don't. It's confusing.
I mean,
it's a secret society.
I hope it works, and I'm a big NBA guy. You know, you guys know this, but I don't get it.
Does it change your strategy on load management based on if it's an in-season playoff tournament or not?
It shouldn't.
Of course not. But I'm like, why? This idea of the in-season tournament is so dumb to begin with, though.
It's a gimmick.
So I'm going all in.
Yeah, but I don't even understand the gimmick.
Well, Doug's going to tell us about it after he
I
finishes.
do, yeah. As soon as I figure out what the hell's going on, I'm going to share it with you.
Like, King, you're a huge NBA fan, and I'm not a huge NBA fan. So we're on opposite ends here. Does this give you any more out of incentive to watch?
No, I mean, I'll let it play out. Maybe I'm wrong. I will be the first to admit, you know what? That was really cool. I hope they do it again. But
you're giving it due process.
Yeah, right.
Let it play out.
Yeah, let it play out.
play
That
out.
seems to be a theme these last few weeks.
Our first in-season
Yeah, we're
tournament
talking
game.
about doom and gloom.
Our first in-season tournament game comes a week from tomorrow when we host Atlanta.
A week from tomorrow?
Yep.
Why are we so late on this?
Haven't teams already started playing?
Yeah. Well, wait a sec. Did I say Phillies in our group?
Yeah.
You did.
Never mind. Philly. We play Philly Friday. That's an in-season tournament game.
Oh, that's this week. Okay.
Yep. Then a week from tomorrow, Atlanta. Then on Friday, November 17th, Cleveland. And then the last game is Friday, November 24th.
Got it all in so quickly.
Indiana. Well, hopefully we advance. I actually, seriously, you ask what is the level of interest? My level of interest will be cranked up if we have a chance to advance. And by cranked up, I mean it'll go from like a 1 to a 2.5.
What does it mean when we advance? Like, does the schedule change?
Sort of.
Because it's like for seeding the first, right, Doug?
Yes.
You're
and then
the
they're
expert.
then they're going to fill in games for those that don't advance.
Yep.
They're going to backfill games so that everybody plays the same amount in the end.
And all these games matter in the real
Honest
standings.
to God, it's the most complicated thing that's ever happened in sports.
Is this a Silver idea?
I don't know whose idea it is.
Adam.
But let it play out.
All right. Duck for cover.
Maybe it'll be the greatest thing ever.
Or
maybe it'll be a one and done.
Remember that one time that the NBA in-season tournament?
You know what this reminds me of? An era that I still can't believe in sports that I don't think anybody here cares about. But there were like 3 seasons of CFL football that there were teams in the United States.
Yes, the Shreveport Pirates are one of them.
Wasn't there the Baltimore Stallions? There was a team in Vegas, maybe a team in San Antonio. They played Canadian football. We were playing like Hamilton, teams in our
Canadian
country.
football in the Bayou.
Yes, and Canadian football's been around for CFL's been around for like 150 years. And they had 3 seasons, 3 very forgettable experimental seasons where they put teams in the United States and they were playing, Saskatchewan, Shreveport versus Saskatchewan. I have a sneaking suspicion that that's the way the in-season tournament's going to go. I am going to try to pay attention. Try to pay attention.
They're kind of forcing you to because they count as regular season games,
Yep.
like on the record and the stats. So maybe that's the goal here. I have no idea. Let us know.
I'll let you know if it's going well. Okay. Like I said, we'll get to this beat writer, Colton Pouncey's predictions for the rest of the year for the Detroit Lions. That coming up today at 1:31. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bridge here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
Bridge.
All right.
Hey, yeah. So I got a champ and a chump, but I want to comment on the lines when you guys put out, like, who would you want to lose the most?
Right.
And that out perfectly for me the way I wanted it, except for the little blip that the Vikings won. But I wasn't worried about the Vikings or the Seattle because I knew they were going to lose. I didn't think they'd get blown out, but they did lose. I wanted Dallas to lose because if they win and then they win in Dallas, they're in the driver's seat. If we have to go on the road, I'd rather go to Philly than Dallas. So I wanted Philadelphia to win, not a blowout. So that played out the way I really wanted it.
Interesting. You bring up something there. Gator, would you rather go to Philly or go to Dallas if you're the Lions and you have to go on the road?
I'd rather go to Dallas.
I would rather go to Dallas as well.
I want to avoid the elements and
That's
exercise some
true.
demons.
They're a dangerous team. To me, they always look like a dangerous team.
I think everybody. I think all the teams they're all dangerous. I don't think anybody wants to play the Lions. Certainly not in Detroit. I don't think anybody's really be jazzed to play San Francisco. You certainly aren't happy to play Philadelphia. Dallas can bite you, and Seattle's interesting just with the Detroit connection and how they own Detroit. But I don't know if the other teams necessarily are afraid of Seattle.
Yeah, but and again, the
all right, you're breaking up pretty bad, Bridge. You got your champ and chump real quick?
My champ. I'm a Michigan fan, but my champ, I'm going to champ Michigan State for winning one for the Gipper. And my chump is the people that were really knocking down the Lions management for not making a trade. Now, would I have liked to see a trade? Oh, absolutely. I would love to see it. But you just can't do it if you're not, completely happy with what you want to do. And sure, they were good players, but, as you guys mentioned earlier and last week in all your talks, that there's something in there.
All right, the phone's breaking up pretty bad. But yes, thank you for the phone call, and we got you down for your champ and chump votes.
I am surprised that nobody has chumped Brad Holmes for not making a deal.
Yeah. Well, and it's champ and chump of the weekend, and that happened earlier in the week. Sometimes people bleed over. But yes, I hear you. All right. So here are the second half predictions from Colton Pouncey. Some are of significant consequence. Some are tangential.
And he writes for the Athletic.
Important. Yes. 3 Lions players will make all rookie teams. Brian Branch, Sam Laporta, and Jahmyr Gibbs make the all rookie team.
I think Laporta for sure.
Yep.
Branch is interesting. I don't know because would he be listed as a corner? Because there's a lot of corners he's got competition with.
He technically is the nickel for the Detroit Lions defense.
I just think there's a lot of competition for that because there was a lot of rookie defensive backs taken.
He needs to stay healthy.
Yeah.
But yes, I think he's a strong candidate. How about Jahmyr Gibbs?
Well, it's Devin Achane, however you pronounce it. He's out for a while here, so he was off and running to be all pro, let alone all rookie.
And Bijan is just he's not phased out of the audience of the offense.
Which is strange what they're doing and what they're not doing there.
You say the audience?
I did, yeah. Phased out of the offense. Although I think he's hurt.
Oh, well, he was allegedly sick a couple weeks ago, right?
They haven't used him.
They
much.
don't.
He carried 11 times in the game on Sunday or something?
Yeah.
But no, I do think Jahmyr Gibbs has a chance to be if you have 2 running backs.
You do have 2 running backs.
He also adds
he's got a chance.
It's not too late for linebacker Jack Campbell to join them as the game continues to slow down for him. Next second half of the season prediction. Aiden Hutchinson will be in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation, but won't win. I don't know if he's going to get in that conversation. He's got to really start start stacking some statistics.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a force, and I think that, being the second year in the league, the team is aware of him. And I think they are acting accordingly and using double teams and chipping that whole bit and trying to stay away from him as much as they can.
Yep.
I think it really hurts him not having a healthy James Houston on the opposite side.
Pressures are great. He's got 46 pressures on the year. He trails only Max Crosby with 47. And it's important, but it certainly is not the glamour statistic.
Yeah, and neither of those guys is having a great year sack total-wise, but they do make an impact on the game.
Yes.
Both players are impactful, but you don't see it statistically with the sacks.
Typically, you don't ride QB pressures to Defensive Player of the Year awards.
No, you do not.
Dan Campbell will win Coach of the Year.
I agree with that.
He writes, it's a stacked race for Coach of the Year. Doug Peterson has the Jaguars at 6-2. John Harbaugh continues to win in Baltimore. Mike McDaniel, Pete Carroll, Nick Sirianni, Andy Reid, and Kyle Shanahan should remain in the mix with winning teams. But if the Lions accomplish their goals, it'll be hard not to hand the award to Campbell. Yeah, I mean, look, remember last year when he was like 100-1 late in the year, and we jumped all over that?
Yeah.
I don't know what he is right now. For a while there, he was the favorite, but. Lions will have at least 6 Pro Bowlers.
6, okay. So Goff, St. Brown, Sewell, Ragnow.
You're much better at this than you are at naming the teams in the Pistons in-league tournament group.
Why, thank you. I'm not sure if they get any on defense. That's the crazy thing. Taylor Decker?
You got to go Hutch on defense.
Do I?
His pressure rate's real high. I'm saying if the good teams get the guys in. You know what I mean?
I'll hear you. I'll go with Hutch.
And it doesn't have to be all like sacks. Like I said, the good teams, like the Eagles, how many did they get last year?
I'll go with Hutchinson. You're right. Hutchinson.
So you said Decker and Hutchinson, your last 2?
Yeah.
You got 5 of the 6.
Wow.
Do you care to guess who the Decker is not one of them?
I'm going to go with Sutton.
That's a great guess. He went with Aleem McNeil.
Okay.
Good for Aleem McNeil to get some recognition.
All right.
Then he writes a few
Although
others.
this is from the Lions beat writer, so of course he's going to go.
A few others could work their way into the conversation by the end of the year. 6 might be ambitious, but it's within reason.
Yeah, McNeil's had a nice season.
Yep.
He's played awfully well. One of the main reasons why they're better against the run defensively, and he's gotten some pressure. Was he 3.5 sacks in the year or something like that?
I thought it was 4.5, but isn't it more than Jalen Carter? I don't know if it still is, but it was for a while there. All right, next up, the Lions will win their first division or win the division for the first time in 30 years. I think we're all pretty comfortable with that.
Yep.
Not a lot of controversy there. I mean, maybe that helps a little bit with the look out for Minnesota crowd. All right, he predicts what the Lions seed will be in the NFC playoffs. And he says, I don't feel great about this. But what do you think he says the Lions seed will be? If you had to guess right now, what will the Lions be seeded in the NFC playoffs should they make it?
Well, currently they're the number 2 seed.
Yep.
And I would still have them at 2.
Okay. Okay, you still got them as a 2 seed?
I think they end up 3 somehow.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think they will be the 2 seed based in large part on schedule. The Lions will lock up the NFC's number 2 seed. He writes, I don't feel great about this, but at the very least, there's a path to the number 2 seed in the NFC for the Lions. Let's start with the obvious. They already slotted in the NFC's 2 slot after 8 games, and that's half the season's data tells us the Lions are a capable football team. And looking at the second half schedule, along with the schedules of other contenders, the Lions have the least daunting road ahead. So, for many of the reasons that we have stated.
McNeil and Carter both have 4 sacks in the year.
Did Carter get, was it half a sack yesterday?
I don't know if he got half a sack yesterday. He's
I
also
thought,
a rookie, and McNeil is not. So,
the Lions will win their first playoff game since the 1991 season.
And they played the same games. All right, say that again. The
Lions will win their first playoff game since the 1991 season.
Yes.
I mean, at this point, kind of think it's the expectation, right?
I think it's definitely the expectation. I think it's interesting when he goes with the biggest stretch, I think, might be the 6 Pro Bowlers. But, King, you're right. If you're a good team, you get recognized all throughout the place.
The thing about it is, if you're the 2 seed, you play the last team to get into the playoffs. You get that.
That's not a division winner because NFC
Correct.
South is going to suck. Whoever wins that division.
Which
I'd rather play that team.
Do you know what the matchups are right now?
Yeah.
So do I. Sorry to mean that. So do I.
You know I do.
I didn't know if you had seen the tweet because the tweet that Pro Football Focus came out with. But with the NFC, obviously the Eagles are number 1 seed, but they would have the Lions hosting the Vikings.
Yeah. And Josh Dobbs.
San Francisco hosting Dallas and New Orleans hosting Seattle.
Did Dobbs start a playoff game?
Yeah, with the Titans. I took last year.
Was it last
a
year?
week and a half notice.
And now he might be, I mean, as it stands right now, he's what? Is he the quarterback? He's the quarterback of a playoff team.
At that point, he'll have too much time with the team. He needs to go somewhere else to start.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what team he'll be quarterbacking?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why it's so important to hold on to that 2 seed, guys.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. All right, interesting stuff there from Colton Pouncey. 248-539-9797. Hey, last chance to get your Champ and Chump votes in. Do so now. Hold on to your glasses because there's some exciting news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just about the looks. It's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka. It's the taste of excellence. Cheers. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in here, including a bunch of last flurry of Champ and Chump votes. Ohio State has got disaster written all over it. Are they doing just enough to win, or is there a legitimate problem? That's from Guy in a Car. I don't know what Ohio State has got disaster written all over it. Does that mean their season? Or does that mean the Michigan-Ohio State game? Or I don't know. I don't know what that part means. As far as the question, are they just doing enough to win, or is there a legitimate problem? I think Ohio State is following a track similar to what Michigan has followed the last couple of years in terms of on-the-field stuff. What I mean by that is they are getting better. Last weekend, that game against Rutgers, I'm one person that doesn't think this isn't your dad's Rutgers program. I think they'll give people problems, and I think they're a little bit tougher than they've been in recent years, and the record will reflect that. But I think you have to work to beat them. But with that said, I don't quite know what to make of them. I think their defense is legit. I think they might have problems on the offensive line. Sometimes their quarterback will make a throw that makes me go, huh? And other times I'm like, not as much.
Yeah, McCord at quarterback, I don't think he's improved as much as I thought he would during the course of the season. And maybe some of it is the offensive line, or some of it might be that they played those games without Henderson for a while, and he's obviously a game-changing running back. And if he's not in the lineup, that hurts. Mayan Williams at the other, he's out for the year.
Yep.
They've got problems with the secondary, and that doesn't help them out. But when all is said and done, they've got wins over Notre Dame at Notre Dame, and they beat Penn State.
Yep.
And neither were pretty wins, but they're wins. And they've been tested more than Michigan has, or even, I guess, you could say than Penn State has, when you consider their non-conference schedule.
I mean, they won at Wisconsin.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, that's a tough place to play, and Wisconsin's not a terrible team. But, I mean, look, so
but if
they're number one in the playoff standings, right? I mean, they're
number one because they beat Notre Dame and Penn State, two top 10 teams. They've got that when they were played and they were ranked in the top 10. They've got that under their hat, and those are nice feathers to have.
Yep.
Imagine they'll have little issue with Michigan State this week, and it comes down to the showdown against Michigan. I don't think Michigan has as many questions about their team position group to position group like Ohio State does, or even player to player like Ohio State does. Michigan's question marks are about the competition and how much do you really trust with what you've seen. And then you got to go to common opponents and who have they played that's common with what Ohio State has played. And to this point, who have they had in common? Rutgers?
Rutgers
and Purdue. Indiana? Or is it Indiana in between?
No, they both played Indiana.
Okay. Yep. So, Michigan had really good defense so far this year. Ohio State gave up 3 points to Indiana. They give up 7 points to Purdue. They give up 16 to Rutgers.
7 to Indiana, 13 to Purdue, and 7 to Rutgers.
So comparable.
Yep.
With what both teams have done defensively.
Yep. Look, that is.
It might be evenly matched again, man.
Might be.
You just don't know. But Michigan struggled running the football. Ohio State has struggled to find the consistency in a passing game where you've got the best receiver in college football. And, oh, by the way, you've got other guys that are pretty good there, too. Now, they played without their tight end last week, which hurt them a little bit.
Our opinion of Michigan is probably going to change Saturday. Like they either stamp legitimacy on everything that's happened in terms of on the field, or everyone will say, see, they never played anybody.
Well, Ohio State beat Penn State 20-12, right?
Yep.
I won't be surprised if it's a similar type, 24-10, something like that, a lower scoring game. But I don't know if Penn State has the horses offensively to march up and down the field and score, although Allard played pretty well this last week.
Paul Pontiac, my champ, is Taysom Hill, quarterback, New Orleans Saints, who joined the NFL's 10-10-10 club. 10 passing touchdowns, 10 receiving touchdowns, 10 rushing touchdowns. Gator really hates all the love thrown at Taysom Hill. Not a fan.
You know what? I hate it when he's referred to as a quarterback, because he's not. He's a good offensive player to have on your team. That guy is hard to bring down. He plays hard. I bet you he's a Dan Campbell guy. Dan Campbell would love this guy. He's tough as nails. There's no question about that. Just don't call him a quarterback.
My champ is Josh Dobbs. Excuse me. Wow, that was bad. My champ is Josh Dobbs, like you've already alluded to, not even knowing the guys' names, not knowing the plays, and one of a million other things, and he comes through. On your chump, Gator, Minnesota trading to get him makes absolutely no sense. Fess up, Gator. You're absolutely 100% wrong on this one. What does that even refer
What's
to?
that?
It says chump Gator. Minnesota trying to get him makes absolutely no sense. Fess up, Gator. You're 100% wrong on this one.
Minnesota trying to get was that and getting Dobbs, and I didn't understand it when they traded for him. Is that it? Because I didn't think that signified that they were still going for it when they traded for Josh Dobbs, because I didn't consider him to be a top line quarterback.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're going to base it on one half of football, I guess then you win.
Yeah.
Doug, maybe you've heard this before. Kang, you too. Let the season play out.
Yeah.
Due process.
Somebody thinks that Josh Dobbs is going to lead Minnesota back into this thing. I wonder if this is the same guy that calls all the time about Kirk Cousins.
I doubt it.
Oh, that guy's probably he's not in a good place right now.
That's a Michigan State fan.
Champ Ryan Blaney for winning the NASCAR Cup Championship. Chump Eduardo Rodriguez, glad he's gone. That's from Mitch on a boat.
On a boat?
Yeah.
A little chilly today to be on a boat.
Kind of aggressive day to be on a boat.
Must be a fisherman.
Yep. Yeah, Eduardo Rodriguez. I struggle with that, but I did make it my chump. He did go and negotiate the contract. He did earn the contract. But in the end, I don't know. I feel like we got kind of the worst end of the deal on that one. And it wasn't the worst end of the deal just because he wasn't like worth it from that standpoint. It's turning down the trade and trying to accommodate. I think the Tigers did quite a bit to accommodate him, but whatever. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. Hello.
I mean, when the family says no to the deal, what are you going to do? You're a family man, Doug. You just, guys, sorry, can't do it.
I know.
You shrug your shoulders.
I know.
You can't get angry because it's like when somebody says, no, tell me the truth. I won't get mad. You've given up the right. Like, he negotiated a no-trade deal, so you can't get mad at him for exercising.
Well, it makes no sense logically, but that doesn't mean we can't get mad.
You got to make mama happy. I'll just leave it at that.
How are you?
Good, man. How are you guys doing? Gator?
All right.
You got a lot of airtime this weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently so.
I was a little jealous because I wanted to do the same thing. I was hugging him through the TV.
Yeah. Like I said, I've known Harlan for 30-some years. So, yeah. I literally was up there hoping that he would win the game. You're not covering a 2-win team. There's really no point. There's nothing to glean from that. So just so happened we were walking in the car. Like, we were just both walking and kind of bumped into each other like, hey.
So did he say anything interesting in that moment?
No, it was just, hey, congrats. He's like, thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's like when you got your play-by-play gig. I know how much you downplay it. I've known you since we were 18.
Mm-hmm.
I know how much that means to you. And I respect the fact that you downplay it, but I know deep inside, look at that smile on your face right now.
It's not about me. Like, the job is, it's cool, but
we had many late night conversations in our dorm room. I know when you got that, I was probably the second most happiest person. I know you were the happiest.
Thank you. I love the job.
I like it when my people succeed. I love to see it.
Talk how about that? You're part of Rico's people.
Hey,
his people.
I mean, Gator, we spent many, I know like many late night conversations with Doug was just like, this is what he wanted to do. And he got to achieve a dream. I love it when I see that.
Well, thank you very much again. I do appreciate it. And yes, it's a ton of fun. What do you got planned coming up next?
So we saw the games this weekend. Basically, are the Lions ready for a Super Bowl run? Is this team, and you guys kind of touched upon it earlier in your show, are they ready for this? Or are you just hoping to win a game? or are you in this thing to win it?
Like I said, I felt a little bit better after watching this weekend.
I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Yeah, I'm the only one.
I don't feel a ton worse. I'm like, I was watching. It was a number of things there, but yeah. And I also said I think that by the end of the week I might change back. It's just in 24 hours removed from the NFL schedule, I've taken an eighth of a step back in confidence.
I do think, and it's not their fault, but I do think you need to go through some games and play some tough teams. And then like Dallas lost the game, but this isn't college football where you fall to the back of the line. No, okay, we got some things we got to learn. We went on the road. We tried to give the game away. Philly tried to give it back to us, but we didn't accept it.
Well, have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
You know, it's proof positive the chair drop goes with any song, doesn't it? What? Everybody okay? Big Monday. We got a lot to talk about today, and we're going to start with the NFL. We'll get to the Michigan stuff later because
as you said, when you say it out loud, it just really sounds weird.
It just starts to become a parody. Big weekend of NFL football. I think a bye week's an opportunity not only for a team to recharge, but for fans to actually put their head out of the sand and look around a little bit. Start to watch other teams. And the NFL did a real good job scheduling yesterday where prime game in every day part. 9:30, you had Chiefs and Dolphins. 1 o'clock, you had Ravens and Seahawks. 4 o'clock, you had Cowboys and Eagles. And the night tilt, Bills-Bengals. Why is that relevant here in Detroit? It's relevant because that's an 8-team sample size. And in the National Football League, generally speaking, there's 8 to 10 teams we care about. 8 to 10 teams that will be remote threats to do something. And you didn't play. So I wanted to ask a question. It was part of our little show soiree before we take the air, which is, after watching football this weekend, I'm not saying you don't watch every week, but I'm just using the bye week as an example. After watching football, do you believe this team can make a Super Bowl run? Or do you start to see the differences and that maybe you're just a division winner, maybe you just win a game, but you are not on the level of Bengals, Ravens, Chiefs, etc. And if you're going to bring up, but we beat the Chiefs, guys, you sound like Jim Costa. Jim does this whole deal that, like, if Pepperdine upsets Duke, Pepperdine's better than Duke. No, they're not. It was on one night the 1 in 100 shot took place.
See, I wish you would have told me that because we got into that pointless discussion on Friday.
You can't win with him.
And I was like, are we really doing this?
Like, he still won't admit that Oklahoma's not as good as Texas because, well, they play. It was a freaky game. I digress. I want to ask the people. I watched every day part yesterday. And it was great because you didn't need any red zone, Scott Hansen free day, and you watched the games. And you go, you know what? They're not ready for that. I really like this team. I think this team's really good. And I think they will win this division, and I do think they will win a playoff game. But I think that's where it ends. And no, it's not bitter beer face because we didn't make a trade at the deadline. Do I think it matters? Yes, I do. I mean, look, Seattle made a trade. They got blown out. I'm not telling you it's that one thing. But I want to know as Lions fans. Now, if you're telling me, Mike, we hit the pumpkin patch. We didn't watch games. We went to an estate sale. I don't know what to tell you. But if you watch the games, do you walk away believing you are amongst the elite?
You know, it's funny.
248-539-9797.
No, it's funny because you may have stumbled upon something because the only thing I can guarantee is that this team will win the division and they'll get a home playoff game. And then after that, I don't know. Because if you have to play a home playoff game against Seattle again, what makes me think things will be different this time around?
Because this will be the game that Geno Smith turns into a pumpkin.
Okay.
He kind of has post-Lions game, if you look at the numbers, full pumpkin mode.
Right. He did the same thing last year, full pumpkin mode.
We are dealing with right now.
Right. If you had to play the Cowboys at home, I don't know. So
this weekend shook you.
It did. This weekend, I watched and I said, this team's not ready. I guarantee they'll win the division because that thing will be over by Thanksgiving, probably December.
But I'm not taking
I can't believe Minnesota's still winning.
Listen,
I still don't understand how that happened.
Atlanta is a dumpster fire. It's fleeting.
Did they know that they drafted Bijan? I just don't know if Arthur knows if he drafted him or not.
I know. 248 539-9797. David, did this weekend alter your Lions perspective at all?
Yeah, it definitely did. I'm with Rico. They are a division winner, but they remind me of last year's Minnesota Vikings division winner right now. Things could change, but as of right now, I just don't see them being that team that's going to maybe even win a playoff game. Of course, matchups matter. We'll get that later on, but right now, I can't say for sure they'll win a playoff game.
I think the thing that bothers me is they seem to be awfully comfortable with, quote, their guys. Let me give you an example. Last night, the Bills need help up front. They signed a guy I'm very familiar with, and you guys might be too, because he played for the Vikings and the Giants, a guy named Linval Joseph. Shout out ECU. Linval is like a fence post. You can't move him. He's just an occupier. But he was on the couch. Anyone could have signed him. They did. They made a big play last night. Now, they lost the game. I'm making a point. Does having Linval Joseph help me more than not having him? Well, I would say yes. I brought up the Ndamukong Suh stuff. I brought up if you had made a depth trade. I think what bothers me is they have ignored all of it. And it's that very insular, smartest guy in the room. We like our guys, and that's great. I want you to. But does that mean no one else gets invited to the party?
Yeah.
So I'm interested.
No, it does. It seems like it's all about the family. That they only want their people there, and outsiders are deemed to be outsiders. And
by the way, I'm only doing this. I don't want to sidetrack us, but I have to get your opinion on this. Did you see the video with audio of Nick Saban talking to the LSU player who transferred?
Yeah.
You want to know that Saban's got a set of brass ones?
Yeah.
Dead quote to the kid who comes up to him. You know you'd be playing here more than you're playing there. Close quote. Yeah. Whew! Get that man a coffee and some Little Debbie cakes.
You know what? Mistakes were made.
Oh, man.
Kid is like, mistakes were made, Coach. I understand.
My bad. I just would like to know. You got to see the Chiefs and Dolphins. And listen, I think those conversations, not that Miami has sports radio, but like you have to have that conversation about Miami, 6-0 against teams under 500, 0-3 against teams over. You're having a conversation there.
Yeah.
I think you're having a conversation in Seattle today, and you're going, when we win, it's ugly, and we're showing some cracks here. We're showing some fault lines at the quarterback position. It's okay. Now, Dallas, they're going to have this conversation until the Cowboys win a Super Bowl. They blew that game yesterday in the way that they always do.
But see, and maybe that's why that game felt like a playoff game, because in the end, Dallas finds ways to lose playoff games like nobody's business. Like, you literally got on a fourth down play and you threw it to the 1-inch line instead of scoring a touchdown. And that was the difference.
Big yikes. Last night's game. I mean, obviously, I don't believe Buffalo is what they're sold to be. Injuries have done that. I also think Josh Allen's a bit of a moron.
Buffalo may be the NFL equivalent to Clemson.
Do you know what Buffalo is? Well, hold on. You mean the very Clemson I told you was going to win this weekend?
You did.
Dabo's back. I'm kidding. Do you know what Buffalo is? And Cookie's got mad at me when we were recording the pod.
On line 3.
Tyler from Spartansburg. I comped the Buffalo Bills to something from your and I's youth. Well, you were probably 21 by this point. I was young. I think Josh Allen and the Bills are Dan Marino and the Dolphins. I think they're just a happy action fun time team that's never going to win a GD thing. And the quarterback is above reproach, but the reality is the quarterback's part of the problem.
Except so far, Dan Marino made one more Super Bowl than Josh.
And I know he didn't. You could argue that 13-second thing that happened in Kansas City will never happen in football again. Did they?
But it did.
Okay.
And just like trouble with the snap probably will never happen again. But you know what? That day, it did.
The chair drop works in almost any. David, how was your weekend? Kenny, the Wings winning tomorrow? Rico, how was the hug from Harlan? It worked. Doesn't matter where, it works. Hey, how's the weather? with a high of 53.
Yeah. How'd the horse racing go?
How'd that late pick 5 on Saturday go? Had 4 or 5 legs, and I got beat by a horse I hated. I wanted to take a chair to the horse. All right. We're off and rolling on a Monday. Did this weekend's premium games alter your thoughts on your Lions? You don't have to say yes. You don't have to say no. It's just an honest question out of the bye week. 248-539-9797. Your calls are next. Hungry Howie's. Now, see, this has got Kenny Tuesday night written all over it. Hungry Howie's, Kenny with the NHL Network, and then Kenny doing what Kenny does. Ordering something I would never do, which is called a mac and cheese pizza. Kenny, tomorrow night, Wings, Devils, they're already running the national TV odds. Detroit's a good young team, you know, Order yourself a little mac and cheese pie, $10.99. $2 more, a little buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon. Kenny loves stuff like this. Me? No, I'm Italian. That's not happening. But I would stick to the regular stuff. Hungry Howie's does a really nice job with it.
Really? Grandmama didn't make that?
No. Grandma Carmela did not present me with a mac and cheese pizza. Did not, in fact. It's Hungry Howie's. Go get yourself a Kenny Cott pie. The mac and cheese pizza available for a limited time only. Head over to Hungry Howie's. All right, David, a few ticket texts. We'll get a little football today in the mix. And yes, we'll get to the U of M stuff. It is, I've tried to do a decent job not getting upset by it because it's so stupid. It's so silly. Both your idiocy and cheating, your conspiracy theories, and really where we're at now. Well, don't expect any news for the next 24 to 48 hours. I'm sorry. Are you just going to wait till the opening coin toss to do something? Injunctions, dossiers. It's like, dude, it's football. Okay? Like, this is outer space. We're reaching My Pillow levels here. David, what do you have?
Definitely feel better after this weekend. The team that embarrassed us thoroughly, Baltimore, also embarrassed Seattle, team that beat us just barely. So I feel better after.
You know what?
Weekend.
I'm not mad at that. This is why we asked the question. Yeah. I think the Ravens might be the most impressive team based on top 5-0, top 5D, rock solid special teams. Basically, if they get the ball to the 40, Justin Tucker's got 3 points, and Lamar is showing a different side here the last few weeks. I'm not mad at that opinion.
I love what I saw over the weekend. It's an any given Sunday type of scenario for me, but I do believe by not trading for a defensive end, that was a mistake, so I am worried after the weekend.
Any of you guys put off by the deal Montez Sweat got? I just wondered.
No.
Like 4-year, $100 million.
Yeah, $498, keep the change. Why wouldn't you just make it 4 to 100 at that point? Doesn't it just look better in the paper?
It does.
Keep the change. Here's some wham, little walk around money. Montez.
Here's an extra $2 million.
Here's an extra 2.
Yes, Detroit isn't elite, but no team is really elite. Some teams have elite aspects. I think they could surprise some people. I'm not worried, David, in New Baltimore.
I think every team's got a distinct weakness, except the Ravens. Ravens might be the most complete team. Uh-oh, here comes the slander. Hey, by the way, did you enjoy your buddy driving a tractor all weekend? You didn't see that?
No.
Your boy Rat Purdy was back at ISU for homecoming, and he worked on his fiance's farm all week.
That's because he's a fine.
They had a little farmer McDonald up. Well, he's got to. That'll be his career soon enough.
He's a fine, upstanding man, Mike. He's helping out.
Kenny, he was working the combine,
and this upsets you.
Is that what they call it these days?
Oh boy.
Alternative rock.
Oh boy.
I haven't got healthy. We get healthy with this bye week, get Montgomery back. Only thing I would like to see us do is some more screens, some end arounds, some reverses on second down, not on third down, and be desperate. And our defense just got to step it up. And you know what? They're still holding Hutchinson on each play. The league and the referees got to start calling that. So long as some other guys step up, we don't turn the ball over, force some turnovers, we're going to be all right because we dangerous at our house.
Yeah, but here's the thing,
Nope.
Dave. They hold. Everybody gets held. So it's not just an Aiden Hutchinson thing. They pretty much hold them all. So and
Man,
as
it's on.
Aiden stays in the league, he'll start getting that call a little bit more.
Definitely.
But, yeah. Right now he's
Yeah,
not.
him being he's not going to get that. But like I said, as long as we don't turn the ball over, create turnovers, we're going to be all right. In our house, nobody wants to play us at home.
No,
Can you imagine how loud that's going to be?
I mean,
if we host the playoff game
I think
at
there's
home?
2 teams.
I was about to say, but Dave, I think Seattle is saying we'll play you there.
Yeah, and they won't.
That was they won't win.
We'll beat Seattle the second time around because
And
Aaron
another thing, y'all.
Glenn will never come out with that defensive game plan again. Remember that game? It was passive. They laid back. They've been way more aggressive since that game. The results have been better, Baltimore side. But come on, have a little faith. There are 2 teams in football, I think, that need home field more than anybody else. It'd be the Lions and it'd be the Dolphins. The Dolphins are not going to Kansas City, Baltimore, or Cincinnati in January and winning the game.
No. I'm just saying, Seattle 2 years in a row.
Well, do me a favor. David, go on NFL.com. I'm getting him one of those DK Metcalf throwbacks that Burleson was in yesterday.
Yes.
I've had enough.
Oh, no, I'm taking you up on
Merry
that.
Christmas.
Thank you.
Because I can't stand anymore. I'm doing a show with Brock Heward over here. It's Seattle radio. F them.
I'm sorry. Are the facts getting in the way of your story?
Man, don't look at me like my name's Santa. Oh, no. Oh, damn. David, I thought I was muted. I'm sorry. That's horrible. David, if you don't laugh, you cry. There's really no other way around it.
That's very true.
We're filing an injunction. Let's go to Tyler, 97.1. What's up, Tyler?
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good,
Hey.
Ty. What's up?
For the Lions, man, I really think, looking at it as it stands right now, that we could finish the season 12-5, 13-4. The only teams I'm really concerned about at all is obviously Dallas, because we have the history with them, and I really feel like that, going to their turf, it's going to be a tough game, tough environment for us. And potentially Denver. Obviously with their performance against KC, Denver obviously hasn't been the greatest team this year, but that's a huge win for them. I'm not worried about the rest of our division. I'm not worried about Minnesota. I'm not worried about Chicago, definitely. And I'm not really worried about Green Bay, because I think that last Green Bay game, we definitely killed their spirit. And I'm not really worried about New Orleans. I think, if we do get into the playoff picture, it's just worried about who we get seeded against first. If we meet up again with Seattle, or say we meet up with Dallas, it could be a problem. But I feel like if we beat Dallas this regular season game, I think that breaks the chains loose, and we have a shot at winning more than one playoff game, I believe.
Okay. Hey, Tyler, listen, we've seen it in the NFL. You see the Cinderella story. You see a team that's a 7 seed. I've seen my own team do it. Go at Tampa, at Dallas, at Green Bay, and go on and take on a team they had no business beating, the Patriots. It can be done. Right. It's just when you watch this level of ball, the thing I do come back to is your pass rush. The one common thread for all of these teams, whether it is the Bengals, whether it was the Chiefs, whether it is the Eagles, the pass rush, the Ravens, certainly. They were all over Geno. I worry about yours.
Yeah, because watching the Cowboys and the Eagles, they were just going back and forth after each other, and they kind of contained. And like I said, the defensive lines were able to get in there and get some big stops. And I was like, wow, I don't know if you can match that.
No, and before you call up and go, but they had 6 sacks against the Raiders. I think 4 of them were from defensive backs and linebackers. And we're talking about a base 4 rush here, guys.
And honestly, and I'm thinking too, I probably feel this way because you beat the Raiders, but you played a C-level game and you beat the Raiders. You made a lot of mistakes.
I think that getting to the bye week's key. I'm with you. I'm not telling you it was impressive. I want to see them come out. I'm with you. It's time for an A game. Go out to L.A. and let's play ball. It's going to be the Chargers on a short week. They got to fly back. Right. Go play. There'll be no home field advantage.
Justin Herbert with a broken non-throwing thumb or something, finger.
I don't care.
No. So I'm saying this is one of those games where, you go out there and you take advantage of it.
But it'll be a good litmus test. If you don't get pressure on Herbert, he will pick you apart. So I still think they're good, but I do think yesterday was a little bit of kind of a reset where you go, all right, all day, every day part, premium game, and you go, I just wonder if we're really ready for that. Like going to Philly. I don't know. They don't lose, man. Sirianni's got a horseshoe up his ass. It is unbelievable. They don't lose. Ever.
They tried. Dallas starts on the 1 foot line and the first play pass interference at the 50.
Right. Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Good.
Look, I think the Lions probably going to win the conference championship. I don't think they're going to go any further than that. I think the problem is, like we all say, the elephant in the room is the pass rush, help for Aiden Hutchinson. And I still have some doubt about the wide receiving core. We only really got one good receiver, and that's St. Brown. And so it's going to be tough. I just don't feel that we are ready this year. I think that maybe by next year we can go for the Super Bowl. And
you know what's interesting about it is watching games yesterday, and I hate doing this because his ego's already out of control. It brings me back to what TJ said on the air here a couple days before the trade deadline.
Oh, yeah.
And if they don't make a trade, they're settling. that they're happy winning the division, that they feel like they're a year away. And now that the dust is settled, the emotion has faded, it makes you return to that point where you go, you know what? Maybe that's what they believe in their heart, that they're a year away. I still don't get the wisdom in it. Year away from what?
Because I'm watching the game, and if the pass rush does not work well against the Cowboys, the tight end just came from nowhere. Like, this dude is just lighting up the Eagles. He's open on every play. So much so on the fourth down play, I was like, why did you throw to this receiver? Like, I'm just watching him like, you're just going to, nope, they didn't. But, yeah, that's been a problem for the Lions, is covering the tight ends, and that pass rush better get better.
We'll get to the people. We'll get a football today in the mix as well. We're going to talk a little bit about U of M. Just look, by Friday, where is this thing going to be at? And there's also something weird going on, not necessarily with you guys, but it's not without you. This CMU thing. Rico's got an update for you on that. That's pretty wild to me. Madness of the holiday season, the Serta Mattress Black Friday sale, all the holiday parties, shopping, cooking. You need a good night's sleep right now. Save up to $900 on a new iComfort Eco mattress from Serta, or $100 off Serta's Perfect Sleeper. Serta mattresses have been made right here in Michigan for the past 110 years. Serta Mattress Black Friday sale. Serta.com to find that retailer near you.